Hey, gals and guys, this is Michael Ferrari of Cinema to Meep. Welcome to episode 60 of the Retro Movie Lab podcast. Joining me today on this horrific Halloween adventure is Ara Alishan. Welcome to the podcast, Ara.
Hey, Meep. Thanks for having me on, buddy.
Thanks for joining us for episode 60. You've been doing all these Patreon episodes with me, and so happy to have you aboard for number 60.
No, I'm honored. It's a big number.
I've been looking at the history of this podcast. Like, wow, I go a lot of months sometimes without recording an episode. I mean, the last Apartment Horror wasn't too long ago, but before that was a huge gap. So, yeah, I need to get a little more regular. The Patreons that we've been doing together have been pretty regular every month, but yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do more than one podcast a month because of life stuff. But It's Halloween time. It's fall. It's October, and we wanted to get some horror to you guys out there in Retro Movie Love Land. And here we are today. What are we talking about?
Oh, I am so glad you asked because I am excited to report that we are talking about The Living Dead today. And, I should clarify because I'm sure a lot of people listening are going to be wondering why we're not mentioning certain movies. And I think to try to narrow things down, we decided to kind of separate the undead and like the other kinds of zombies, I guess, for lack of a better term, that are just like infected by some kind of virus or, outbreak or something like that, because that feels like it could almost be its own thing. So we're talking about actually reanimated corpses, for lack of a better term.
Right. And we understand that the grandfather of all zombie films, George Romero's Night of the Living Dead, would obviously be we would talk about his films here today, but we decided to separate those as well into and we're gonna cover the Romero zombie movie separately on our next podcast together. So listen out for that one. But we're gonna just do everything else that we like that isn't Romero.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, the problem is if we did include the Romero movies, that would pretty much be our list. So we wanted to shine some light on some other kinds of movies in the genre or subgenre. And, those are some heavy hitters, obviously, but they deserve their own spotlight. And I'm excited to kind of cover those, in their own time.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm really excited to get into some zombie action with you, and we're definitely going to get to that soon. Before that, let's talk about what we've been watching lately, and what have you been? What's on your recently seen shelf?
Oh, sure. So I was kind of telling you off air that I have been watching quite a bit, but decided to limit my recently seen list so that we're not here for an extra hour. Most of my recently seen are Halloween related because it's October. And, I kind of kicked off the month watching Kenny and Company from 1976.
Amazing.
It's just so good. And I feel like every time I watch it, I just appreciate it more and more. And, I feel like you might have covered this in an early episode at some point because I do have like a vague memory of hearing about this on a podcast, and I'm not sure what other podcasts I would have heard about it on.
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely talked about Kenny and Company before, the early film by Don Coscarelli. It really captures youth, and I guess he shot it in Long Beach, where I lived.
Yeah, that's right. In 1976 it came out, but it would have been a little bit before that, I guess. Mm-hmm. Really cool kind of seeing childhood in Halloween time, through that lens. It's a real special movie for sure.
It really is. It is a great, perfect movie to watch this month. And it's one of those movies that was on my list to watch with the kids, and I definitely need to get to it before Halloween.
Right. No, absolutely. I think that's once they're the right age to appreciate that, I think that's pretty great. And I can't wait to kind of be like this is what we used to do. We used to, be outside and getting in trouble and all this other fun stuff. So I don't know. It's a gem for sure. Another movie that I wouldn't recommend watching with your kids yet that I watched is Ginger Snaps from 2000. And, I showed it to my wife. It was the first time she'd seen it. And I was trying to kind of sell it to her as like, I don't know, like a movie that appeals to girls and women. But like she was not buying it because there's a lot of like kind of gross body horror and other things going on. But I think she ended up really liking it at the end. Mm-hmm. And I'm a fan. It's kind of a movie that's, I think, grown on me more. Not that I ever disliked it, but I kind of like it more and more every time I see it. I feel like it's it's crazy because it's somehow 20 years old now. Mm-hmm. So that era that feels so recent is, it's far away enough to where I feel like we're starting to develop some nostalgia for it, maybe mm-hmm. a little more than before. And some of these movies are really aging like, fine wine. Another movie I watched that's kind of like a big Halloween special on everyone's list kind of movie is The Midnight Hour from 1985, the made-for-TV movie. And, I actually was thinking some people might even argue that should have made one of our lists. Mm-hmm. And, I've always liked this movie. But to be honest, like I kind of enjoy like the build up more than the payoff. Mm-hmm. Like I like I could watch the opening with the paperboy like bicycling around in the like he has like a skeleton mask on or mm-hmm. whatever. He's like throwing out the papers and stuff with a little blood on him because he cut his finger, and like I don't know, like I find like all that stuff really charming. Like I just. I feel bad almost saying this, but like because I know everyone loves this movie, I know you love this movie, but I kind of wish it wasn't as ambitious as it tries to be, I guess, because it tries to do so much that you've got like ghosts and vampires and werewolves and witches who are also vampires and zombies. And like it's like everything in the kitchen sink, and it kind of like loses its way to me. Like I feel like it like overextends its budget maybe, and like it's still charming. Like I like it. Like don't get me wrong, but like the creature designs are not like the best, like budget or no budget. And I feel like everyone's kind of hamming it up, even the people who are like pretending to be zombies or whatever, and like. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's just there's just something about it that like stops me from like loving it as much as I should. But I am a fan. I'm lucky to own this on disc, which I know a lot of people, would love that. So maybe I shouldn't complain, or maybe I should give my disc to someone who appreciate it more. But
yeah. I'm obsessed with that movie. I love it so much.
I know. You, I'm sure I've heard you talk about it.
I mean, I watched it when it first aired in 1985, and I fell in love with it then. And so I've had a long history with this film. I guess it's, 35 years now. And so this month, I got the opportunity to show it to my kids.
Oh, nice.
And... as it turns out, they were really into it.
I think this is a good one to show to your kids if it's not too scary.
There were some scary moments for our daughter who's younger. I think the werewolf stuff, even though it seemed hokey, it seems hokey now as adults, scared her a bit because they were, she was wondering why the dogs were eating him, eating the guy. So it was a little scary for her, but then she was like into it anyway. So,
there's a musical number in there.
There's a musical number. There's lots of silly humor. There's lots of hijinks. Mark Blankfield, the great Mark Blankfield from the TV show Fridays, and he was the lead in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Together Again, the comedy from the early 80s. He played the wacky zombie. in it.
right.
The one who's like bumbling around all the time. Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
He's really, I think, just like his physical comedy is pretty fun to watch. It's a blend, like you said, a kitchen sink kind of thing. A lot of things thrown together. Like you said, even a witch who's also a vampire. Like that's kind of confusing. My wife was kind of confused while watching that part too. But if you like look at it as like just like a throwback kind of thing, like you're just throwing all these monsters at you, whatever they could do without getting copyright infringement for like doing the Universal monster stuff. They were just kind of throwing things at the screen.
But they threw everything. Yeah. Like they even like this time I'd even forgotten about like the whole subplot with like this serial killer who's resurrected too.
Right,
who killed like
serial
18
killer,
people. Yeah. I was like, whoa, yeah, there's that too. Like that could have been the movie in itself.
Yeah,
like,
you get a lot.
All of these things on their own would have worked. And like, I think honestly, to me, it probably would have been better if it was just one of those things, and I would have loved it. But like, it's a lot of fun still. Like I get a kick out of it, and it is a good Halloween like mood setter. Mm-hmm. And you got like Dee Dee Pfeiffer. You got a great cast actually all around. It's I don't know. It's a fun.
I'm not super duper huge into nostalgia movies, but something about like the nostalgia of that movie, like for the 50s, early 60s, kind of really works. Yeah. Even though we're like questioning why are these teenagers listening to this music, why are they like so happy and excited when clearly like there was probably like a more modern song on the soundtrack. And then they replaced it like with like a 50s or 60s song, a 60s song in this case. But yeah, something about the nostalgia of that movie I really get caught up in. I think it's a very bittersweet ending. It becomes kind of a love story too, and I think that is so bittersweet and really quite beautiful and charming in its own way. So I just always fall for its mix of different things.
No, I totally get it. I do. Trust me. Like I 100% get it. I enjoy it. It's just not like one of my favorites, but it's still, I watch it like a lot. So obviously there's a reason I keep going back to it. And, it kind of, just talking about it now, it kind of reminded me a little bit when we're talking about like the whole kitchen sink of like something like Spookies. You remember Spookies?
Yep, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a little bit like a classier like version of that, like without like weird farting swamp monsters and stuff. So it's I don't know, like there's a place for movies like that. Like I do enjoy it and I like it. I think maybe I just kind of like smaller scale stuff a little bit more. For the most part. Now, there's exceptions, obviously. You got like Monster Squad and stuff like that. Right. But no, it is fun to watch that again and
my final thought on that movie is I want to live in a world where my teacher dresses up like David Bowie in his Modern Love getup.
Awesome. He was the MVP as far as Halloween costumes to me. I thought that was
cool.
Great. And like, it's such a weird movie. Like the dad with his like dentist office in the house, and the lead, I'm blanking on his name, but the lead, teenager, the dentist son, who I'm blanking on for some odd reason, is like the hairiest teenager you've ever seen. Yep. Like if you just like see his like shirt unbuttoned or his
Lee Montgomery from Girls Just Want to Have Fun, and he also was the kid actor. From Ben and Burnt Offerings, and so he has a horror pedigree behind him. And he was.
It's a great cast. I think you got LeVar Burton, and then it's
Reading Rainbow himself.
That's a fun one, and obviously we could probably talk about that a lot more, and it does kind of fit with the whole. Subgenre we're covering today, but like I said, it also is everything else. Like you could fit this in any horror topic.
Yeah, it's definitely not a pure zombie movie, that's for sure.
No, absolutely. Like we could say, oh, hey, next week let's do werewolves, and we'll talk about it again.
Yeah, I could do it. I could talk about it every week.
Yeah. So no, a fun movie, but again, like if I'm honest, I like it more than I love it. Another one that I do love that has a little bit of Halloween in it, not a lot, but it plays a role, is Deadly Friend from 1986. And I do love this movie. It's I guess it's kind of an undead movie too, in like a different way. Yeah,
it's in my honorable mentions, so yeah.
Oh, awesome! That's great. I didn't even think of that till this moment, but. I'm a big fan of this. It was great to rewatch it, and I don't know. I think this is kind of a weird thing to admit, but I think Christy Swanson's still like really cute even when she's like undead. So I don't know. That might be a me issue, but with like the weird eye makeup and everything. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of that movie. I don't understand why it gets some of the hate it gets. I really don't.
I really liked Christy Swanson until I found out she was a Trump supporter. So there goes that.
Yeah, I know. She's
very vocal about it. So there you go.
Yep.
So I can be vocal about it too.
Whenever I try to post like my collection, and I'd look for the actors on Instagram to tag them. I did see her page, and I was like, oh, she's really into politics. All right, but I don't know, man. I tried not to, I just turn my brain off, I guess, when I can. But what can you do? Another movie I watched, actually, I watched, back in the day before I had such a massive physical media collection, I'd watch AMC Fear Fest a lot, in October especially. And I feel like, AMC was pretty big as far as introducing me to a lot of horror movies. I remember a long time ago on Friday nights, they would have horror movies, and I'd get home late from work when I was a server, smelling like barbecue, and I'd like watch like Motel Hell or like The Prophecy or whatever. Like, AMC's always been pretty solid with that. It's a bummer now because I feel like all they show is like Walking Dead and Walking Dead spinoffs, but they have a pretty good lineup this year, and not including our good buddy Ben Schur's contribution, of course, which I have been recording, and I'm waiting to watch them all together. But I watched They from 2002. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, it's coming back to me. Yeah.
This was one that I definitely remember renting and watching, and it's from the director of The Hitcher, Robert Harmon, and I think Wes Craven has like a producing credit or whatever. Like it's titled like.
His name was slapped on a lot of things. Yeah, post.
But I don't, I really don't know if he had any involvement or anything like that. But I like I was saying with Ginger Snaps, which I think that's obviously more like well remembered and well regarded or whatever. But like there's just something about this era that like I really enjoy now. Like I don't know what it is, but I'm like kind of rediscovering a lot of movies that I saw a lot back then and would rent back then. And I had a lot of fun with it. So yeah, I would love to see this get kind of like a surprise release from somewhere. Just kind of under the radar fun movie, but I really enjoyed it. It's the first time I've seen it forever, probably like over 15 years or more. Another movie that I saw, this was actually the first time I watched it, even though I found that I owned the DVD. I watched a movie called Happy Hell Night from 1992, and I was going through boxes in my garage, and I found like the Anchor Bay DVD like unopened, and I don't remember buying it, but that sounds like something I would have done. And it's set on Halloween, which is really cool, even though Halloween's like a really small part of it. And I guess like I was kind of reading up on it. It's like filmed in Canada and Yugoslavia, and it's kind of all over the place there, and it's got like Darren McGavin in it, and it has Sam Rockwell in it, and they're playing the same character 25 years apart, which is like it's like interesting casting, right? So Darren McGavin is there in like modern times, and it shows Sam Rockwell in like some confusing flashbacks and stuff a few times throughout the movie as him. But yeah, so I don't know. I thought that was like really interesting. And I don't think they're only 25 years apart either, probably. Darren McGavin was probably up there by 92. But yeah, so I don't know. Once I saw like there was like a sheriff that shows up pretty early on, and his uniform was so like budget that like I knew what I was getting myself into. So it's not like a classic, but like I enjoyed it. And sadly, a lot of the kills are kind of like off screen, which is like a no-no, I think, for slashers. But it's all right. I had fun with it. I liked it enough to kind of put it on my shelf after I watched it, and that's something I don't do with everything. So I rewatched E.T. from 1982, E.T. the Extraterrestrial.
Never heard of it.
It is not only, one of my favorite Halloween time movies, but it's, one of my favorite movies of all time, probably. And it's just, I don't know. I love that it's also a Halloween movie, and I love that it has that awesome trick-or-treating scene and the costumes. And I love that, like, the cuts that are out there now are, like, the ones where without the edits, without the walkie-talkies and taking out the terrorist comment and all the other stuff, which was absurd, back when they changed everything, and whenever that would have been, like 2000 or 2002 or whatever, when Spielberg did all those changes. So I'm so thankful just to have like a great copy of the original, unaltered version, and I love that movie. So one movie I wanted to talk about is Dominique from 1979, and this has kind of become one of my favorite like Vinegar Syndrome releases, and I find myself watching it a lot like this time of year. I think I did it last year. I think I went for it again this year, and actually ended up watching it twice because I just really enjoyed it. And I'm not sure if you've seen this one. It's
I have, yeah.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, because I don't know if we've ever talked about it or if I've heard you mention it, but I was gonna say, it seems like something that would be right up your alley for sure. And it's from Michael Anderson, the director of Logan's Run, and it's got like Cliff Robertson and Gene Simmons, not Kiss Gene Simmons, and Jenny Agutter and Judy Geeson. And, it's set in October, which is really cool. And like it ends like around the 31st. Like they talk about October 31st is the day that she wants her will read. And, it's the day of I think it's the day of her wedding anniversary. So they don't even really mention Halloween, I don't think, but it still just kind of falls in that category for me. And, the lighting is so great. Like it's really like Suspiria level, like the greens and purples and everything. And like, I don't know. I love this movie. I think it's beautiful to look at, and I really love the story and the way, it's just a really fun, creepy ghost story, or is it a ghost story kind of movie? And I don't know. I'm a fan. I'd love to hear what you think about this one.
Oh yeah, I've really liked that movie. And seeing it on Blu-ray just like really reinvigorated what I liked about that movie. I could see, the VHS. I first saw this when I was a little kid on the Prism VHS, and it really like scared me. What scared me more than even the actual movie was the trailer for Dominique is Dead. It played on every it played on every Prism tape. Nice. and I feel like even some non-horror Prism tapes were playing that trailer for some reason. It had a classy cast, so maybe it was like they thought it had crossover appeal, whatever.
Yeah, it might have.
And yeah, so it just scared me, that trailer. It always scared me. And cool. The movie's not quite as scary as as it leads it to be, but it's something about the quality of that film. It really kind of draws me in. It hypnotizes me. I love the VHS box too. Dominique is dead, or is she? Yes. That was part of the marketing campaign and the trailer as well. And it's really cool. It's a really cool movie, and I'm so glad it's on Blu-ray. And I've watched it on Blu-ray. And it's perfect for this time of year. So maybe I should make that a tradition too. That's a good one. That's a nice left field choice to celebrate Dominique is dead. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm a weirdo. Like every time I watch a movie and they like mention Halloween or there's a Halloween scene or something, like I'll put it on a list that I keep in my phone so I remember, add this to options for October, because I don't know. I get so into it that unless we're doing a topic like we are, this month, that's kind of all I'll watch is stuff that's related to Halloween in some way, even like a tangent way. But yeah, so that's kind of all I watched that I want to talk about. The other thing I'll just mention quickly, another Anchor Bay DVD actually is I kind of have been going through the Roseanne Halloween edition DVD that Anchor Bay put out. a while back, and I think like they've released her Halloween episodes like other companies have as well since then, probably. But like I think I've told you before, I was a big collector of everything Anchor Bay released back in the day, and still kind of go back and get a lot of stuff that I'm missing or have gotten rid of and regret. So this is one that I've kind of held on to, and I just hadn't watched for a while. And I think like everyone knows those episodes. It's like I think it's the first 7 episodes or Halloween episodes from those seasons. From like I think like I looked it up just because I wasn't sure myself. I think it's like from 88 to 95 these episodes, and like the early ones are like absolute gems. Some of the later ones, like it definitely jumps the shark a little bit. Like one of the later episodes I saw recently like ends with like her like the family like pulls a prank on her during the credits, and she like takes out like a Looney Tunes kind of like TNT explosive thing from like under the sink and like blows up the whole house, and it ends like that. So I was like, wait, what? Like I have no idea like how it got there without the context of watching the other episodes around it. But the early ones are still awesome. Like I really love those Halloween episodes, and they're like super gory and have really cool costumes and stuff too. So and the later ones are still entertaining. It just definitely jumped the shark, I think. I don't know. Some shows, the longer they go on, it's like kind of to their own detriment. So they're like, they like suffer from their own success, I guess, in a way. But yeah, that's kind of all I wanted to mention. Of course, I watched a lot of other stuff too, but I think that's plenty for now.
That's a good amount. So are you going to watch, so if you like everything that's Halloween, are you going to watch Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning?
That's right. I remember you pointed that out. I forgot. I should, huh? There's pumpkins in the background and stuff.
Yep.
I got to look for that for sure.
They're hard. Yeah, they're kind of hard. Not that easy to spot, but they're kind of there. So yeah, you have to watch that. So I started watching the new discs from the Scream Factory Friday the 13th box set.
Nice.
And so that's been fun going through those, watching the new extras. I haven't been going through all the movies, just looking at the quality of the transfers, but I haven't really actually been watching the movies. Although I had on a couple of the movies with the commentaries, the new commentaries, which was fun listening to Amy Steele on the commentary talking about Friday the 13th Part 2, and that's a nice little gift for us horror Friday the 13th fans.
Yeah, definitely.
And, of course, we did a whole podcast on Friday the 13th on the show, so you can look for that one. But, yeah, it's been fun, and I really am happy having a new box set. I upgraded it from the old box set. I sold that one, got a nice amount for it, actually, so I ended up in profit after buying the new one, which was cool, and so I don't feel too guilty indulging in this new box set. And yeah, I'm very happy with it. So yeah, with the kids, Midnight Hour, I mentioned that. We've been watching a lot of the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror episodes.
Yeah. Nice.
The kids are getting into the Simpsons now, and so yeah, that they're watching the Halloween episodes of those, which is really fun to dig through. Also streaming wise, we watched The Haunting of Bly Manor, the new thing from Mike Flanagan. Mm-hmm. I can't finish it. To be honest, it's really hard for me to finish it. I've been dozing off a bit. It's very beautiful. There's some great things in it, but man, does it move at a snail's pace. And and I think there's this. Usually I have no problem with that, but I think there's just not enough there to hold my interest. So it's kind of repetitive, and it just didn't really do it for me.
Is it a movie or a series? Because
it's like a 8-10 episode, 9 episode series on Netflix.
Oh, right, like the other one they did. I didn't watch that one either. I really should watch more Netflix. There's definitely some good things about it. Just the material's been covered before and more efficiently in say movies like The Innocents, and I just can't. It just moves really too slow for me. There's a documentary
called In Search of the Last Action Heroes. I watched that.
Cool.
I watched Trucks, the
Nice.
the Stephen King story. Of course, previously filmed in the 80s as Maximum Overdrive. Here in the 90s, they did Trucks. Not quite as entertaining as Maximum Overdrive, but
Yeah, but what is, right?
what is, exactly. I watched a weird movie, Lost Horizon, the remake from the 70s.
Familiar with
Bonkers movie. It's has Burt Bacharach music. It's not for everyone. I'm going to say that. It might be, it's also it moves kind of slow too. It's kind of maybe not my cup of tea, but I somehow enjoyed it as well. I don't know why. I mentioned this on the Hysteria Continues podcast, which I guested on recently, where we talked about Alone in the Dark, the 1982 Jack Shoulder film. I went through my recently seen there, and I mentioned that I watched this documentary called In Search of Darkness. It's like a journey through 80s horror movies.
Right.
It's been streaming on the Shudder machine, which I had a free trial period for 1 week, and I used it, and I watched that. And a few other things. And it was fun. It's like 4.5 hour documentary, just like basically a clip show of a lot of fun 80s horror movies. And I think they're doing a second one as well. So
cool.
It's fun to seeing those things. I like seeing a lot of those just clips of those horror movies and with people's analysis and a lot of talking head interviews. But it was fun enough. Just today, I just threw on the Mallrats Blu-ray from Arrow. And I've always been a fan of Mallrats. It's now 25 years old. Is that right? Can that be possible?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's 25 years old. And I've always been a fan. It's fun. It's great seeing the new extras. Looks good. And Ben Schur, our co-host here at Retro Movie Love, he's the executive producer on Eli Roth's History of Horror, which has been airing on AMC. I just watched the second episode. It's a fun show. I think if you want to see a lot of fun people talk about these movies, you get to see John Carpenter. You get to see some cool people mixed in there being interviewed for some of these iconic movies and subjects. I definitely am with it, and I'm hoping they'll get to some fun categories. Like I think they're doing like a kids horror, like a creepy kids section, and then a few other things like witches. So I'm excited for those upcoming episodes, and
For sure.
we need to support Ben Schur and watch that. And that's pretty much it, other than a lot of zombie movies and other things I won't mention today. We'll get to it eventually, mentioning those.
Actually, I wanted to mention, because I kind of forgot to do this off the top, just like we decided to limit our options with taking out like all the kind of viral outbreak zombie stuff and the George Romero classics, of course. Just because it was so hard to narrow down as it is, we also decided to take out the Return of the Living Dead franchise, because those were movies that would have definitely made our lists. I think you'd mentioned part 2. I know part 1 and part 3 would have been on mine. And I think that we would have ended up just kind of covering those more than maybe they need to be, because they're really well regarded for the most part. So we decided to kind of leave those off, even though we're big fans. Who knows, maybe those can kind of show up in other lists down the road for other topics. I don't know. If you ever do like some kind of like doomed romances or something, I'm picking number 3. So, but yeah, so we're both big fans of those movies, I believe. And I don't know, do you want to just kind of jump in the honorable mentions, buddy? Did you want to say something about the Return of the Living Dead?
Yeah, I could talk about a little bit about Return of the Living Dead movies. So you go for what do you love about 1? What's your thing about with 1?
Oh God, I love 1 so much that it would have been my number one pick today. And it ruined, like looking back to when I first saw it, it actually ruined a lot of other classics for me that I watched around the same time as when I discovered Return of the Living Dead, because I compared everything to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even want to say which movies those were because I feel guilty now, and they're movies that I love. But there was so many like great movies that I saw like right around the same time, and like nothing compared to Return of the Living Dead. Like the humor just worked so well for me. The music, the pace, the characters, the zombies, the effects were fantastic. Linnea Quigley, just everything, everything about it was so good. And it's still a classic, and I love it. And I kind of actually associate it with Halloween, because I think I first either I first bought it or I first saw it around Halloween time, and I always kind of associate it with that for that reason. But it's just an absolute classic, and like I said, it would be at the top of my list. Like I wouldn't have even had to think twice about it. What about you? I'm sure you've talked about it before, but you're a fan of the first one, I'm assuming.
I definitely like the first movie. I'm not a huge Return of the Living Dead fan. I like elements of it a lot.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't know. It's one of those movies that I grew up with and enjoyed, but I wasn't like one of my favorites. I like things about it. It was cool seeing the punk rockers and all that stuff, and yeah. But I don't know. It wasn't. It wasn't like. It wasn't something that I wanted to go back to a lot, even though I think it was kind of like the movie that, say, my friends would put on a lot.
Sure.
So yeah, but I for some reason I gravitated more towards part 2 always. I don't know why. Maybe because it came out I saw it in the theater. I saw the first one in the theater too, but the second one I really enjoyed in the theater. I don't know. And it had maybe because it had kid characters, and I kind of like bonded with it more. It just felt more like a teen movie, where the first one, the protagonists are a little more, adultish.
There's a couple of
there's a couple of, yeah. And I don't know. I just seem to have more of a fun time with the second one, even though I think a lot of people seem to think the second one is not is a big step down in quality.
Yeah.
And I could understand that, but I don't know. To me, it seems like, it's like another, version of that. It's like it's kind of a remake of the first movie, right? But in a more of a silly kind of late 80s way. And I don't know. I was there for that.
Sure. No, I hear you. I don't know. I honestly was never a fan of the second one. I picked up the Scream Factory release just kind of thinking like, it's been a long time. My opinions have changed about so many different movies, especially sequels, because a lot of times I think I was harder on sequels growing up. And I was like kind of excited to give it a shot and like a clean slate. And this was like a couple of years ago whenever that came out. And I don't know. I'm still just not really a fan. I think some of the humor is like pretty good, and you have some returning characters. There's like different characters and weird stuff like that going on. So, its heart's in the right place. And like, it's not like a terrible follow-up to the first one. It's just kind of a little bit of, it's like almost more of the same, but not as good to me.
Yeah, I can totally see that. It doesn't have like Dan O'Bannon's kind of very jet black kind of humor, like kind of smart but dark humor. It has more of its humor is definitely a little more silly, more like a teenager's point of view, right?
And I'm so glad you said that, because I do think, this is going to come up actually. We're probably going to talk about this more with some of the movies we picked today on our list, but like, it's like I have a really weird sense of humor to the point to where like I almost want to say like I don't think most comedies are funny. Like the comedies that I like are usually like something else. And then they're like kind of also comedies, like Return of the Living Dead, for example, is probably like one of my favorite comedies of all time. But like most people wouldn't think about that as a comedy. Even though you got great lines like, if you want to keep this job and stuff like that in there. So I don't know. It's just, the second one, again, it's like more of a traditional 80s comedy. It's like pretty wacky and out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see the appeal for sure if you're a fan of stuff like that, which I know you are. I mean, and that's totally fine. Like most people are, It's just, it just doesn't appeal to me as much. And the third one, I don't remember being funny necessarily, but it plays it more straight. But I think it's one of the only like Brian Yuzna movies that I actually like that he directed. I know he did. I mean, he's always been great with effects, and he's done a lot of cool stuff, like with his movies and interesting things, and But this is just one that I don't know. Maybe like it's got like a little bit of like a zombie Romeo and Juliet thing going on, and it's just always appealed to me. I think maybe I just kind of saw it at the right age.
Yeah,
like you said, and it's it's just stuck with me. I haven't watched it recently. It's probably been a few years, but I'm a fan for sure. Like I could vouch for that one for sure. Are you a fan of Part 3? I don't know.
I liked Part 3 too. I think I like Part 2 and 3 more than 1. I don't know. That's weird, right?
No, but that's great. I mean, we're all weirdos with the stuff we like and don't like, so I totally dig that.
Yeah, 3 has an interesting quality to it. I have that Vestron Blu-ray, which is really cool that it's available that way.
Smaller scale. Yeah.
I love Brian Yuzna's Society. I mean, that's like, I love that movie. It's so good.
My brother loves that movie.
It's so good. And it doesn't it's not quite as, it's not quite as put together and as smart as that movie, but it has some really good qualities to it as well as a love story. I think it's a pretty good love story.
And you've still got some body horror and crazy stuff like that, but no heads coming out of other body parts and stuff. So I don't. Yeah, I should rewatch Society. I remember my brother's he loves that movie, and he was so excited to have me watch it. I think I was just traumatized. I should probably watch it again. Maybe I'd appreciate it more. But yeah, no, I definitely understand the appeal there too. But yeah, I mean, as far as we know, I think there was only 3.
That's all there were. They didn't make any others.
Yeah, there's no.
That's it. They don't exist. They made
if they made one called "Rape to the Grave" or something like that. Yeah, I'm glad they never did anything like that.
Nope. They went out on a high note with 3. There you go.
Yes, absolutely. Solid trilogy for sure. Exactly. They knew when to quit.
Yeah. They always do. They always know when to quit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, so I'm glad we got to touch on those a little bit, because obviously it's a great franchise, those 3 movies, and we would have, been talking about them anyways. But this way we got to include some other movies that maybe aren't as well known or well regarded or well remembered. So, I think that we're going to have a lot of fun talking about the movies on our list.
What's in your honorable mentions?
Oh, of course. So, it's crazy because even though we took out the George Romero movies, even though we took out all the kind of virus zombie movies, even though we took out the Return of the Living Dead movies, I still had a hard time narrowing down a top 5. So, I knew I was going to have a lot of recently seen to talk about, so I left off a lot of movies that would have been on my honorable mentions too. Maybe you'll mention them. I'll let you know if you do. But I want to touch on a couple that I wanted to talk about briefly. I wanted to talk about Creepshow from 1982, and it's weird to kind of mention an anthology, but I think the Father's Day segment is like the best, like kind of bite-sized like zombie story like ever. I love it so much. I think it's so perfect. I think that you can, again, if we're going to really start to get into the Creepshow and Creepshow 2, you could probably argue Something to Tide You Over should be on the list, or The Hitchhiker, from Creepshow 2. But, they're all great. But I just think Father's Day is there's just something really special about that one. As like kind of a Living Dead story and a revenge from beyond the grave kind of story. Another movie I wanted to mention was Dead Heat from 1988, and I really wanted to kind of like put a sillier comedy, I guess, on my list, because I feel bad that I never, I don't gravitate towards a lot of those kinds of movies, and this is one that I like. And it's funny because it's from the director of The Punisher, the Dolph Lundgren Punisher, which I'm a huge fan of, Mark Goldblatt, and it's pretty much like a buddy cop movie, but you got like Joe Piscopo and Treat Williams, and Treat Williams' name is Roger Mortis, which is really interesting. And I don't know, it's got a great supporting cast. You got Darren McGavin, who I mentioned before, with Happy Hell Night. You got Vincent Price. You've even got the guy who played Sub-Zero and the Running Man in there in like a small role. And this time I actually watched some deleted scenes on my Anchor Bay DVD too, and there's Dick Miller in there, and I think I can almost swear Linnea Quigley's in a deleted scene, but I don't quote me on that. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm a fan of that movie. I don't want to talk about it too much. It almost made my list. But I will say that it has like one of my favorite like moments of pettiness like ever in a movie. It's just like it's so petty and so perfect where like you've got like basically the main villain or one of the main villains. He's like, he's about to get taken in by the cops or taken down by the cops or whatever, by the heroes. So he kills himself, to avoid getting taken in. Like he shoots himself. So they put him in like this resurrection machine just so they can kill him themselves. Yeah. And like, I don't know, like, see, like, that's what I'm saying when I have like a weird sense of humor. Like I was laughing so hard at that scene. I just think that's like such a great, like petty, like move. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess really quickly I should ask, are you a fan of Dead Heat at all?
Yeah, I haven't seen it since the 80s.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Is that crazy?
No worries.
Yeah, I haven't.
Sure. No, I could spare you having to try to remember then.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I don't know. I would say give it a shot if you're in the mood. I think some of the stuff would appeal to you, and there's some good effects and stuff in there too. And again, I mean, you got like a guy named Roger Mortis who becomes a zombie basically. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's interesting. It's a good one. So then I wanted to also mention another anthology really quickly, which is Tales from the Hood from 1995. So this the anthology is great overall. Like it's not as well known as Creepshow, obviously, but it's one that I was a big fan of when I was younger, and still am. And it's gotten a pretty great release. And there's one segment. It's the first segment actually, where you've got like this honest kind of. I think he's like supposed to be like a city councilman or politician or something. He's a black man. And he's murdered by these crooked white policemen. One of them is played by the great Wings Hauser, even, which is awesome. And he's super over the top, like as you would expect Wings Hauser to be. And so he's trying to take down like these corrupt cops, and he's like spoken out about it and stuff. So they basically kill him and make it look like he OD'd on drugs and all this stuff. So basically it like turns into like this awesome like revenge from beyond the grave kind of story, where like this guy is brought back to life and gets revenge on these cops, and like it legitimately like scared the shit out of me when I was like 12 or 13 or whatever. Like I'm like almost embarrassed to admit that now because there's a lot of humor in this movie. But that segment, like I don't know if it's like his eyes or the way they made him look once he came back as an undead. As a zombie or whatever you want to call him, like, but it's so good and I loved it. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess the last thing I'll mention really quickly, and I really struggled with leaving these off because they were locks to make my list, like up until like really recently. Probably like up until a few days ago, I think. But it's two movies from south of the border, actually, from Ruben Galindo Jr., who some people, well, probably not anyone listening except for maybe like David Assassinino would know him from as the director of Don't Panic from 1988, of course, which is the awesome Mexican Nightmare on Elm Street ripoff. So he directed these two movies that I'm a huge fan of, and I really wanted to have them on the list. But I mean, we couldn't even find like, Spanish speaking trailers for them or anything. And I just felt like no one's no one's gonna know these. No one's gonna have seen them. We can talk about some other ones and just kind of mention them in here. But the two movies I wanted to mention was Cemetery of Terror from 1985 and Grave Robbers from 1989. And both these movies, without getting too into the plot, they're about like the groups of teenagers that I guess like unintentionally like resurrect. It's not like they bring back like a whole horde of zombies or something. Like they specifically resurrect like homicidal maniacs. Like in each movie, one of them's like a serial killer who died not too long ago, I think. So he's like pretty fresh corpse. Another one is like this like rotting zombified, like almost like zombie Jason looking executioner's corpse that is brought back to life. And I think they're both great. I think they're both awesome examples of like 80s slashers. They just happen to be, in Spanish with English subtitles, and from Mexico, which you wouldn't expect, I guess. And I love them both. The Cemetery of Terror, actually, without spoiling too much, you do get some more traditional zombies showing up in that as well. But again, they're not as well known, so I don't want to spoil anything. But one of them does something really cool where you kind of follow like one group of characters and think that the movie's going to feature those characters, and then they're all killed off, and like you get like another group of characters, and it's, I don't know, I love stuff like that. So I think these movies are really good. I think if they were like American productions, they'd probably be well regarded or appreciated a little more. But a really cool thing is Vinegar Syndrome's putting these out, or actually has put them both out now, because I think Cemetery of Terror is due to ship any day now. So I would highly recommend them. I'm a big fan. If you can handle subtitles, I would say check them out. And I think you had a chance to watch one of these, right, Meep?
Yeah, you were very kind to send me the DVD double feature of Cemetery of Terror and Grave Robbers. I just got it yesterday, so I was only able to watch one of them, Grave Robbers from 1989. And yeah, I could definitely see why you're into these movies based on what I saw in that movie. The Executioner zombie is really cool. I like the concept of that, and the whole concept of the movie is really cool, and it's fairly well done. It has a very high amount of shrill screaming in it, which was a bit of a turnoff for me. But other than that, I try to tune that out because I suffer from a condition where like kind of like high pitched sounds kind of drive me crazy. A little bit. So that was like driving me a little bit nuts. But other than that, it was entertaining. And I could definitely, see where that movie can be improved upon with a nice new transfer, especially Vinegar Syndrome and the great work they do. Yeah.
Great. It's like watching it for the first time, honestly.
Sure. That's awesome. So from my honorable mentions, I'm throwing in here The Child from 1977, The Children from 1980, which is not quite, the undead, thing that we're talking about today, but I have it on my list. Deadly Friend, Messiah of Evil, Night of the Comet and Night of the Creeps, Omega Man, One Dark Night.
Love Omega Man and One Dark Night.
Paranorman, Pet Sematary 1, but more importantly, Pet Sematary 2 from 1992. I love that movie. I think it's really good. It's really fun. It has a very wicked sense of humor about itself. Shaun of the Dead, which I wasn't that into when I first saw it. I don't know. If everyone was raving about it and I watched it, I'm like, it was a kind of comedy that I was not quite accustomed to yet. But then became very popular after that. Certainly, Shaun of the Dead really popularized a certain kind of comedy, a very knowing kind of comedy. And I really like it now. It's on my honorable mentions list. So
I got to rewatch that. Yeah. Nice.
And George Romero was a big fan of that movie. Shockwaves from 1977.
Oh,
Great
good call.
movie.
Good call.
That probably would have made my list. That was a little edged out. Let's see. And Soul Survivor, Sugar Hill from the 70s. Great movie. Warning Sign, which was a little bit more virally. Wicked Little Things, and Fulci's Zombie. I liked Fulci's Zombie a long time ago when I saw it, but I just kind of didn't. Over the years, I just didn't really watch it that much for some reason, and then I rewatched it recently, and I'm like, oh, I'm really into this one.
Oh.
It is a good movie. And so it's on my list for honorable mentions. So let's get into your number 5. Here's a TV spot. There's an Americanized TV spot, misleading maybe, for your number 5. And let's play it, and then you have to explain what really this movie is.
It is written that when the moon turns red, the dead shall stalk the earth. Get away from the damn thing! Revenge of the dead. Their time has come. Revenge of the dead. No one under 17 admitted without parent or certified adult guardian.
All right, so my number 5 choice is Revenge of the Dead, a.k.a. Zeter, from 1983. And so, as far as the misleading part of it, I think you're alluding to it, is it's not quite like a Revenge of the Dead or like a zombie movie, or there's not a lot of action in this movie, I should say, to be honest. It's so okay. Let me try to explain it a little bit. It's directed by I'm gonna butcher this, Pupi Avati, and it is very Italian. It follows a journalist or a novelist, I'm not sure, who's trying to solve this mystery after he's gifted an old typewriter from his lovely wife, very lovely wife. And he uncovers like this whole conspiracy involving this professor, Professor Zeter, actually, I think, which is where that name comes from. And it involves like these K fields, and these K fields are basically like certain plots of land, not unlike Pet Cemetery, where you can resurrect the dead. And it's kind of hard to follow, honestly. Like, I've seen this movie like a bunch of times now. But it's still tough to follow. I feel like it leaves a lot of loose ends lying around unless I'm just not getting it. I feel like every time I want to explain this. I feel, and this is on me 100%, but somehow every time I watch this movie, it's like 2 a.m. and I'm like in this like dream-like fog that just like adds to the experience. And like the kind of like the perfect movie for that. But at the same time, like one day, like I honestly, like, I don't know, maybe soon, I just have to watch this movie like at a normal hour and try to process it better. But as like this kind of like nightmare and like, with like logic that might or might not always work, like it's just kind of perfect for that. And I love it. So the lead is, how do I say this? Gabriel Lavia, who I think I recognize him from Dario Argento's Inferno. I'm sure he's been in other Italian movies. But I think he's great in this role. I think he's like a really strong, charismatic lead that you're invested in. But honestly, the reason I probably love this movie as much as I do is Anne Canovas, who plays his, how do I describe her? Stunningly beautiful wife. And she's like, I don't know what it is, but I can't watch like an Italian horror movie without like falling in love with someone. And like she's definitely like that in Zeter. She's this like Alessandra character, I guess. And she's just this beautiful woman, and she's just great in this role. She's very likable. They're a likable couple, honestly. Like you're kind of rooting for them to figure it out, but you're also kind of frustrated with why is he going down this rabbit hole, and it obviously doesn't lead to anywhere good. But yeah, so I don't know. It's a mystery that it's not particularly satisfying as a mystery because of it's got like Italian sensibilities. Like, I don't know how else to describe it, and because they're like so strong, those like Italian sensibilities, it almost like overshadows everything else. So it's not necessarily a great undead movie, which is why it's not higher on my list. But I do feel like it deserves more recognition. I mean, it's not like a Fulci movie. Obviously we could have done a whole other episode on Fulci movies if we wanted to, with all the undead themes that are in some of those. Like, you mentioned zombie, but like this is like a whole different vibe. And you're either into it or you're not. And I'm actually really curious because I don't think we talked about this at all. And I'm almost scared to ask because I don't think this is everyone's cup of tea. But what did you think of this one, Meep?
Yeah, this is a challenging one. I'm going to be honest, because you do have a certain expectation of it when you look at the artwork.
Oh, for sure.
When you look at the Americanized Revenge of the Dead artwork, that this was launched theatrically in the U.S. and on video. I think it was Vestron, as Revenge of the Dead. Yep. And with that very evocative zombie, artwork that really makes it look like it's lots of zombie action in this one. Yeah, and definitely. What you get is definitely not that.
Nope, not at all.
What you get is lots of scenes of an Italian couple in their cool apartment with very low ceilings. But stylish, and a mystery. Yes, it's definitely a mystery that has to be solved by someone who's become strangely obsessed.
Yeah, the problem is it's still a mystery once it's over.
Yeah, and then you're not quite sure even at the end. Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's because something's lost in translation because it's an Italian movie, or it's just that a choice that was made. The House with the Laughing Windows, that was Pupi Avati, right?
Right.
That's a really cool movie. That's a really good movie. So he makes these interesting, stylish Italian movies, and that are somewhat thought provoking. And this one, it is kind of a thinking man's movie in a way, but at the same time trying to be a zombie horror movie. Lots of scenes and lots of people in places they shouldn't be. That's really what makes like a lot of these horror movies. And honestly, putting yourself, you're putting yourself in danger. And a lot of these movies we're talking about, a lot of these characters are putting themselves in danger where they really shouldn't. Where they should have common sense and not to go into places with dead things because bad things will happen. In reality, in our everyday lives, we would not do these things, but we watch movies to watch characters make these dumb choices. And so, it gets a little frustrating with some of that, I guess, but I think even some of my movies do that same thing too. So it's, that's kind of a given when you watch kind of horror movies in general. You're watching characters make
it's a trope for sure.
Yeah, these dumb choices, but I liked it though, in a weird way.
Oh, great.
Even though it's not really, a proper zombie movie.
It almost doesn't even fit on our list.
But it has like a quality about it that's kind of cool, like Italian stylish kind of way, and I can see why you'd be attracted to certain parts of it as well. So I totally hear you. Yeah.
I was just going to say, Meep, honestly, like hearing you talking about it, I think that this is a movie, and I should have said this before, but hearing you talk about it really just brought it to my mind. This is a movie that would benefit from a rewatch, and not because you'll understand it better, because I certainly haven't, but like your expectations won't be the same.
Right.
Because it's sold as something else, and because the artwork is, again, like a zombie coming out of the ground, and it's called Revenge of the Dead, I think once you kind of get that all out of the way, and like you're just kind of getting in for like a cozy, like slow-paced mystery, or slower pace, I guess. No, it's slow. I could say it's slow, but I don't mind that. I think once you kind of know what you're getting in for, and you know, if you're into Italian horror, of course, and this is like a pretty deep cut, so like I wouldn't even say like if you're just like, oh yeah, I like, you know, I like Suspiria or whatever. No, like you got to be into some of the weirder stuff to enjoy this probably. But I think if you are, it works, and it's really charming. And I'm glad to I'm glad to put it on my list and give you a chance to watch it, an excuse to watch it.
Yeah, thank you for that, sir. All right, here is a TV spot for my number 5.
Children had a party.
It's party time.
It was Orville's coming out party. Oh, they had so much fun. They laughed and laughed and laughed. That is, until Orville's friends dropped in. Children shouldn't play with dead things.
So that's the TV spot for Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. Before I get into it, when I looked at my list of 5 movies, I noticed that 4 out of the 5 I discovered on VHS, which is interesting because I feel like I usually encounter a lot of movies in this podcast where I saw them theatrically. Sure. When I'm talking about a lot of 80s and 90s movies. But in this particular set of movies, I saw 4 of them on VHS before any other way, and 1 of them in the theater. So I think it's appropriate that I look at the VHS covers and artwork while talking about these movies, and I'm going to actually read off the back of each of the boxes from the original VHSs that I would have watched these movies first on. I know Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things I first discovered on a Gorgon video, and I'm looking at the box here, right here, and all right, here's the plot. While preparing themselves for an upcoming play, 5 aspiring actors are led to a deserted burial island by their bizarre director mentor, Alan, played by Alan Ormsby of Deranged, Cat People, and Porky's 2. And Porky's is spelled Porkeys, like Porky's 2. Alan, a Manson type, seems to exert strange control over his group, whom he calls his children. At Alan's urging, the children dig up a rotting corpse, and Alan attempts a revival with various occult incantations. Unfortunately, in Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, the dead do rise, and they are hungry. Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things thrusts its unwitting performers into a nightmare of madness and murder and gruesome movie that follows in the infamous tradition of Night of the Living Dead. Occasionally campy and always terrifying, don't see this one alone. Rated R. Color, approximately 86 minutes. Okay, so Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things is most famous for being Bob Clark's first movie. That's Bob Clark of course, Porky's too, and and several great horror films. You may have heard of them, like Black Christmas and a few others, and may even talk about one later today. I don't know. When I first saw this on VHS, I got a kick out of it. I mean, even the VHS box warns you that's a bit campy. And it is. It's definitely like the performance by Alan Ormsby is pretty campy and over the top, and maybe even annoying for those. So warning. But I don't know. I like it. I like that it goes into like this island and somewhere off of Miami, and so it's Florida horror, guys. And yeah, they're just kind of walking around the woods, going to a graveyard, digging up a dude, and then when the zombie action hits, man, it's pretty out there and kind of pretty grueling, and so it has a really good payoff for a kind of a longish setup. It's a kind of a short movie though, and I don't know, I'm into it. It definitely shows that it has a very meager budget. This is a movie that was budgeted at $70,000, so it's a pretty small budgeted movie. Clearly made by people who are yet to shine with their skills. Like Bob Clark is really getting his footing here. But I think for a first film, and it has a real quality about it that really draws me in, and I really am attracted to it. I think I like the campiness. I like the mix of that with the horror and the setting. It really has lots of atmosphere. And even though the VHS transfers were kind of murky and you couldn't see a whole lot in certain scenes, I think,
Sure.
yeah, you can definitely see it now with the Blu-ray transfers, and you can see it's a lot more clear and crisp and looks really good. I don't know. I've been always into this one for some reason. I saw it in a revival screening, like, I don't know, God, somewhere in the early 2000s, and it just really worked for me. I think it was paired with Black Christmas. And you could definitely see a jump when you play these two back to back, Black Christmas and Children Shouldn't Play with Things in Black Christmas. You can see a real huge jump in quality and craftsmanship by Bob Clark. But I'm into it. I'm into what this movie has to offer, and Alan Ormsby, maybe with a different lead, it might attract more people to it. But I still dig it for what it is. Definitely a movie of its time. This was made in this came out in 1972, June. It had like a June through September regional rollout of 1972 by Geneni, Geneni Film Distributors. And so, yeah, it was kind of a small little release that didn't really, it played a lot of drive-ins, so it was fairly successful at drive-ins. And then eventually they got to do their next movie together, which will be coming up later. But I am into it. I like the cast. It's like, you'll see a lot of familiar faces show up in a movie later as well. Anya Ormsby, Jane Daly, Jeff Gillen, and of course Alan Ormsby and Bob Clark himself, in the cast. So it's like, I'm into Children Shouldn't Play with Things, and I wanted to put it in here because it is kind of a quirky choice for a movie. It's definitely a zombie movie for sure, but it's not a movie that will maybe not quite a movie that's as accomplished as you would think because of with Bob Clark's name on it. I just think it's a good first start. Have you seen it?
Yeah. So okay, I'm glad you kind of said everything you just said because it totally comes into play with some of my thoughts about this movie. So I had like a really vague memory of seeing this like years ago, and I don't remember when I saw it. I don't remember what the context was, but it just felt like a movie I know I've seen at some point. And I was excited to like go back and watch it, like when you picked it for your list. And it's so funny because this is a movie that like I took notes like while I was watching it for in preparation for the podcast, trying to be the professionals that we are. And I'm kind of like throwing out all my notes because I wasn't really into it when I was watching it, and maybe I was kind of turned off by the lead. Like you said, he's like a little bit, like maybe too unlikable, which is totally fine. But like it's so weird. Like this movie, just like maybe I probably watched it early in like getting into this topic, and it just grew on me. Like without even watching it again, like I just kind of like it just got like. I warmed up to it like more and more like as the weeks were passing, and it got to the point where I even like ordered it, like I bought it, and like I got like there's a company I like a lot in Italy that like uses like all the best artwork out there for DVDs, but they're great transfer DVDs called Sinister Film, and they got this one with the great classic art and stuff, and like I was like, oh sweet, it's one of the labels I like and I collect, and that's where I got Deadly Friend from even not too long ago. And like, I was happy to get it. I was like, it's so weird, like how much this doesn't usually happen, with movies we cover, but like my opinion just changed for no reason at all, other than it just like marinating. And I don't know, like I like the artwork, obviously. Like I think the ending is like pretty great and bleak and like satisfying. It's crazy like how quickly, you mentioned when like the zombie action kind of starts, like it gets pretty grim. Like it like you just lose a lot of characters really fast. It's crazy kind of how all of that stuff happens so quickly. But it's good, and the despicable character that I mentioned, like that you mentioned, I mean, like he gets his comeuppance, and it's like pretty satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, it's weird. Like I like had all these notes about how it's kind of let down and stuff, but like I don't know, like I like it, and like trust me, like there's so many movies that like I have like a big collection. Even bigger if you see all the boxes I have in the garage of stuff that like I don't think is like worthy to put on my shelves yet, or I'm still kind of sorting through or whatever. But like there's like I'm picky, like even though I love so many movies, like I'm pretty picky, but like this one, like it's worthy for sure. And like I don't know where that came from and why I like it as much as I do, because I have a weird relationship with Bob Clark. And like I told you, like I'm not huge on a lot of those like wacky comedies and like sex comedies and teen comedies and stuff like that. And that's kind of, I guess, well, not teen necessarily, but like I guess college comedies like is the stuff he's kind of known for outside of horror. And like I don't know, like I have, like I said, like I have a weird relationship with him. I want to get into it a little more later, but I'll save some thoughts there. But like this is one that I was surprised I ended up liking as much as I did. And even though there's no children in it, when you're reading the VHS description, I was like, oh, that's why that was like their excuse for calling it children to play with dead things. He calls them his children.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's a great title, so I don't, I won't take that away from them. It's very 70s, and it's a really good title for sure. And I don't know, if you'll let me, and you can totally edit this out if you want, but this movie actually reminded me of something I hadn't thought about for years, like a personal experience that I just wanted to share.
Yeah, sure.
And like, so, okay, I had this friend. He was one of my best friends in high school. His name was Danny. He's since passed away, sadly, but he was a great guy. He was a knucklehead like me. We were both getting into a lot of trouble when we were teenagers and, middle school even. And he asked me to do him a favor. He was in some kind of drama class. I think we were juniors. We might have been seniors, but I'm pretty sure we were juniors. And he was in some kind of drama class or something where they were actually like making movies. Like they had to make their own movies, and he'd written a script and everything. And he had a bunch of like freshmen in like his group project, but he was like kind of in charge of it. He was like the director. He'd like written the script, and he like basically wrote like we have like, and at the time I didn't know this is something that's kind of all over the country. I thought it was just here, but we have an area here in LA, Lakeview Terrace, where there's a cemetery kind of towards the top of it, and it's like one of those places that they say is like a gravity hill kind of situation. Like I don't know if you've heard that term before, but where they say like if you leave your car parked on the hill and you put some powder on it, like it'll move and you'll see handprints like on the powder. So like I don't know, it's like a local legend we kind of had here. And I guess I don't know where I heard since then, but I guess that's like all over the country. Everyone's got one. And so he wrote like a script about that. And like he didn't have a car. So he asked me, I think I mentioned before I had a van, a minivan, 89 Plymouth Voyager. So he asked me if I could give them all a ride out there to film their movie. And I was like, yeah, sure, man. Like, it sounds fun. And, I was really into horror even then. I didn't, it's like, sounds fun to me to just hang out and see my buddy try to do that. So we went out there, and one of these freshmen, like, dressed up like a zombie, like head to toe, and I don't remember any of their names, sadly. I had no other interactions with these kids that were in this group, so I don't remember them, unfortunately. So there's no one I can really find to help me remember the story better. But I remember this one kid dressed up, and he did a good job. Like, he had like the whole like makeup set and stuff, and he was really into it. I think that's kind of like what he wanted to do, like career-wise even, which is cool, when you're a freshman in high school and you're already really into that stuff. So he did a great job, but like my friend was kind of like a dick to him in a way where he was like, all right, like even the scenes like he wasn't involved in or whatever, he just wanted him to like stay back, like stay away from us until like the scene where he's supposed to come out. So this poor kid's like dressed like a zombie walking around the cemetery like by himself. Basically, he's like a good like, I don't know, 20 feet away from us. So my friend, like he had like some weird, and this is all so sacrilegious and disrespectful, you know, in hindsight, but we were like, you know, 17 or whatever. He had like a pot with like firecrackers, and he did like a weird incantation like kind of thing as like part of like his movie. And again, I have no idea where he got these ideas from or whatever, but like he just picked a random grave and was like, oh, this is my lost relative or whatever as part of his script, you know? So he sets off firecrackers in like a pot, and it makes a lot of noise. So like not that long after, like some sheriff's deputies came out, and we were like, you know, me and Danny, like we got in trouble all the time, so we were like super calm, like we got our IDs out and stuff, but like the freshmen were like freaking out, and there was like a few of them in the group, and they were like full on panicking, and like the cops were like talking to us, and they were nice, like they were pretty cool about it. They were just, you know, we were just ready for them to tell us to like pack up and get out of there. And I don't know why none of us even thought about it, but like while they're talking to us, this poor kid that was like dressed up like a zombie came walking up because he thought he should walk up too, you know, while the cops are there talking to us, and he scared them so bad. And I don't know. It's like I can't do it justice, but like I swear they were going for their guns. Like when he walked out of like the darkness, and like we were such idiots to not even think about that. And I don't know. It's something that like, I have a lot of fond memories from that night. Like we even got lost, like trying to find the place, and then we kind of like stumbled upon it because this is like before we had smartphones and all that stuff. So I don't know. It's just I have a lot of that night. It was like one of those memories that's like kind of stuck with me, and like this movie just kind of like them like going and messing around in a cemetery as like this acting troupe or whatever, like just totally brought that back, like something I had like thought about forever. And yeah, so I don't know. I could there's so many crazy things that kind of happened around that night, but the main thing I just wanted to share was that poor kid that was dressed up like a zombie that almost got shot by the cops.
So it's like real life for you, this movie. That's great.
Yeah, in a weird way. I mean, it didn't quite end that way, but my buddy was kind of being a dictator too, like in his own way. Like he's definitely a lot more charming and likable than this guy. But he totally had like a vision and wanted it like a certain way and was being pretty bossy to like these underclassmen. Mm-hmm. And and I was laughing because I wasn't, you know, involved with any of it. I was just a glorified chauffeur that night. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it connected with me in a weird way. When it kind of brought back that memory. But the thumbs up for sure. Like I'm glad you picked it, and I'm glad I rewatched it.
Yeah, really, I don't know, it stays with me, this one. And I don't know, just maybe the idea of the way they defile the corpses and the way it's treating the dead, and then how it pays off. It goes to some weird, dark but humorous places at the same time, and I like the mix of the two. It really works for me and my sensibilities. So cool. I'm glad you're now a fan of it. So let's get into your number 4. Here is the trailer.
Something's happening at the county morgue.
No sense. Bad dog. Does your baby wavy recognize Lieutenant Jersey? See?
Just give us the tags, will you, Miss Poopin' Plus?
Something bad.
Are you sure you want to see this?
Something very bad.
They gotta be warned. Warned? The bodies
bodies we saw, they're not dead.
Welcome to the Boneyard, when a psychic uncovers an ancient curse of the undead. There is no escape.
What the hell are these things?
You guys had some kind of weird party around here or something? There's got to be another way out of here.
Oh my God, run! Touch this!
The Boneyard.
Party hardy.
All right, so my number 4 is The Boneyard from 1991. And this was, so, gosh, I should say first that this was actually a first-time watch for me. I'd bought the Blu-ray from 88 Films a while ago. I think it wasn't even something I was seeking out. I think I just probably like added it to an order when I was buying something else. And I just hadn't watched it. And again, I think I was like going through some boxes in the garage or something and came across it and just decided to give it a watch for the month. I thought, maybe I can mention it as a recently seen or honorable mention or something. But like, I was like super into it and like really impressed. And it's written and directed by James Cummins, he was involved with the special effects of my favorite movie of all time, John Carpenter's The Thing. And so that kind of like won me over a little bit early on. And like, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Like, it's kind of untraditional. Like, you don't have like zombies per se, even though it's kind of marketed that way. But you have like this something kind of similar to like a zombie outbreak happening in this like in the city morgue, basically. And it's like the coroner's office, I guess, for lack of a better term. And they're like ghouls. They're not even called zombies. Like, they're these like little ghouls, and they're like these undead children, kind of. And one of them is like, it like goes all the way back to some kind of like Chinese mythology that's kind of touched upon, but not over explained, which I like. And they're super creepy looking. Like, I think all the effects are awesome in this movie. Of course, I mean, you've got like an effects guy behind it. So I don't know. It's really, really interesting. The casting is great. You've got like, it's kind of refreshing, I should say. Like, you've got some like untraditional leads cast as like the heroes and I guess heroines. Like, you've got like Ed Nelson as like this detective character. I guess that's not super untraditional, but he's like this older guy, and he's kind of like the main lead, like the tough guy cop. And then you've got this like really like kind of like frumpy, like overweight, like psychic, like a medium played by Deborah Oates. Who I should have looked it up. I can't remember if I've ever seen her in anything else, but she's just not what you would expect, and she kind of becomes like the hero of this movie, which is really cool because you don't see that. Like, you don't see those kinds of roles go to like an overweight woman, and not in like a comedic way either. Like, it's not like she's not what's that actress? I can't think of her now. the one that did that. You know what? I'm not even gonna get into it. But she's not like her weight's not like made a joke. You know, like there's a couple of passing comments or whatever, but it's not like a big thing, which is really cool. Like I just kind of love that she's like kind of the hero of this movie. And like a reluctant hero too. Like she like does not want to be like dragged into this case and this mystery, and like there's like these, you know, I mean, gosh, I'm not doing a good job describing the plot. Maybe I should have got some VHS tapes to read off of, but you basically have like this case where these three dead, rotting corpses of these children are discovered in this mortician's parlor, and they find like human remains in them, so they're like, oh, he was feeding these guys human remains, but when this guy gives a testimony, he's basically saying that like his whole family's been cursed for generations to feed these like undead ghouls, and that they're not like these children are ghouls, they're not kids, they're not what they appear to be. And he has a really cool kind of creepy line where he says like, oh yeah, they can play possum when they're full, which I love. I thought that was really cool. So, I mean, of course, everyone thought they were dead, and this detective brings in this medium to help solve this case. And, lo and behold, they wake up in this like kind of closed, confined, it's kind of written into the script place, and it's awesome, just kind of like the chaos that ensues. So I don't know, it's really fun. I mentioned the cast quickly. I should mention Phyllis Diller is in this and she's awesome. She's like this like I guess like the night shift kind of like administrator, and her name is Miss Poopenplatz, which is,
of course,
I don't know. And you've got Norman Fell in there, who's Mr. Roper from Three's Company. And I was trying to figure out, like, he has like a unique look to him, and I was trying to figure out if like they were trying to make him look like John Carpenter. I don't know. Did you get that vibe? Because he has like the mustache and the ponytail, and
no, I didn't really. Yeah, I didn't really catch. Yeah. I didn't really pick that up.
I think they were going for something, and I don't know. There's some older interviews on the Blu-rays, so I think that they said that, if I'm not mistaken, I think they were originally going for Alice Cooper for that role. So maybe that's why they tried to kind of make it.
Wait, hold on a second. Alice Cooper, and then they ended up with Norman Fell.
Yes, exactly. Like I can't process it even. But like I think maybe that's why he ended up with like an earring and a ponytail. So like I don't know, but like it's just like I didn't even recognize him as like Mr. Roper for a second. Like I had to do like a double take. So and I think Clue Gallagher was attached to this, and I don't know, but the way it worked out was great. Like the cast was awesome, and like not every movie is gonna give you like zombified, ghoulish Phyllis Diller, which we get. And like I was like, I had my fingers crossed that you were gonna watch this, because I didn't want to spoil that if you didn't get a chance to see it. Like I was like, okay, how am I gonna not talk about that? But like it's just insane. Like it has to be seen to be believed. And you also get like the same thing, but like with a poodle, which is also like something you have to see to believe. So like it's really unique. Like it's not like your traditional like zombie story, and I love it for that. I think it's so cool. It's so different. I think these like ghouls are like super creepy. I think they were even played by kids. I forgot to look that up. I could have sworn I heard that mentioned in the interviews. There's even some awesome interviews with Phyllis Diller and stuff. Older interviews from I guess they reported over from the DVD back in the day. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of fun with this one. It also is like a Thanksgiving movie, which I love. It's like super random, but it's definitely like I'm gonna have to start a list for movies to watch in November now, and this is gonna be on it. And there's like a lot of like the kind of Thanksgiving decorations you would see in the early '90s. So yeah, I don't know. I really love this one, and I kind of was excited to show you because I felt like it might be something that appealed to you too. But we haven't talked about it, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, this movie. You're right. It is pretty unique. I will give it that. It's not like any other zombie movie we've had. We'll talk about or on our list or anyone else's list. It's kind of its own thing, for sure. It's definitely out there. And you mentioned the effects artist who directed it. Yeah, he worked on The Thing. Sure, whatever. The Thing, whatever. Slumber Party Massacre 2. He did that. He did the effects for that. That's the most important, right?
Sure. I'll give you that.
He did the pizza delivery guy. So yeah, it's definitely a special effects heavy movie, which at the time when watching these movies, I probably wouldn't have been that into it because of that. So it's probably better that I'm watching it now than back then. Because I probably would have been pretty turned off to it by the very elaborate special effects. I feel like often...
Total opposite.
Yeah, I don't know. I was not a special effects kind of person. Very few of them popped for me in that time period. Like the Blob was one of the ones that I loved.
Awesome.
Like the remake of the Blob. And of course The Thing, obviously. But like there were very few that I was like, oh yeah, I love it. I love the effects. I love I love this movie because of the effects. They often felt like a little bit of a distraction for me in horror movies, like because so much of the effort was put into the effects. It works in movies like, say, the Evil Dead movies. I think the effects really enhance the movies, but a lot of the time it felt like they were kind of show-offy, like look at our effects, And this movie has that, but it takes the effects and heightens the reality of this. It becomes really wacky and out there, and in a good way. And it really is a good way. It becomes its own thing, and I admire that. When a movie can kind of surprise you in certain ways, that's a good movie to me. So I was in it for the Boneyard, and seeing Phyllis Diller without a wig was an odd choice. I think the director talked her into not wearing a wig, which is an odd thing to do for Phyllis Diller, who was so known for wearing her crazy wigs.
Yeah, she talks about that. She talks about that in an interview, actually.
Does she regret it, or was she okay with that?
Well, so it's so interesting because the director is interviewed too, and he says that basically when he came to meet with her, she was trying on all these elaborate wigs and different get-ups and coming down and seeing what works. And he was like, maybe not this look, maybe not that look. And she was trying different things. And at one point, her wig fell off accidentally, and she was super embarrassed. She was didn't want anyone to see her like that. Yeah. But he was like, oh, that's perfect, And there was something I guess there was she mentions in her interview too that there was another movie. God, I should have wrote it down. But there was another movie where a star did something similar recently, and appeared in a certain way, and he said that was kind of would be perfect for this part, and she just was totally 100% into it. She's like, okay. And she had such a great attitude about it.
That's cool. Yeah.
She was she's like, yeah, usually they try to make you look nice and stuff, but this was one time they really went out of their way to make me look bad. And but she was she had a lot of fun with it from the sound of it, which is cool. I mean, if it was something that she wasn't on board with, that would be a downer, right? I mean, you don't want someone self-conscious or being made to look bad or whatever, but maybe it was kind of liberating in a way. I don't know. But she seemed to have a really good attitude about it. And it totally works with that character's weird kind of look and vibe and what they turn into at a certain point. So.
Yeah, exactly. It does serve that better. And like you were saying earlier with the other characters, it is an untraditional movie in the way it's cast. So that definitely serves, when Phyllis Diller shows up and not quite the usual Phyllis Diller we know. Certainly, her zingers are there, and her comedy timing is there. But and then Norman Fell showing up and looking the way. So they're definitely going for something, unique with everyone in the movie. And
definitely,
yeah, I like that about it. It's cool. And the dog.
No,
My God, the dog. Yeah,
the dog. That's like such a great climax. Like I just didn't. I mean, I guess it's like on the cover. Or whatever,
yeah, it gives it away on the cover.
Yeah, I guess it was in the back of my mind, but like it was somehow still like a great payoff. They should have totally not put that on the cover. But I guess that was like the selling point.
Because I always refer to it as the giant poodle movie because of the cover, like of the box, and then eventually the DVD and Blu-ray. So it's like it'll always be that. Exactly. But when it does show up, it's like okay.
And it's like, we didn't even mention like I guess there's like two other like kind of lead characters that are like, one of them is like the younger cop, like the partner who's in there, and then there's like a girl who is brought in, as dead. She's brought in to the coroner's office as to have an autopsy from like a suicide, like her hairdryer or whatever. And I totally thought like when she like kind of wakes up on the table, like I thought like, oh, this is like part of like what's gonna happen, like the zombies or whatever. So that was super random, like, and didn't have anything to do with it really. But it's just, I don't know, it's fun. Like I like that. Like
it goes
works
different
really well together. And like, where did that crazy, like, I watched this part twice because I didn't quite catch it, but like they find, I guess they have like a room of like an evidence room kind of equivalent of like stuff they take from the bodies that are brought in. So like there's explosives and like there's like this like really random crazy like machine gun that I've like never seen in a movie before. So I don't know, it's like all over the place. It's almost like in its own reality. But I'm all for it. And like even the beginning scenes, like at the house, when the detectives go to kind of bring the psychic in on the case, and when she like assaults one of them with a pillow, which is awesome.
It's so bizarre.
Like, yeah, but there's like so many leaves blowing around outside and stuff. I was like, they totally went like, that's like, none of that is natural. No way.
No.
But I love that. Like it's just, I don't know. It's just really charming. They really like went. I almost wish the guy made more movies because I was a big fan for sure, and I think that it's something I'll definitely go back to. And I was happy to. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that it made my list after like one watch, it's kind of saying something because that's, there's a lot of other movies I had in mind. But yeah, no, I'm glad to recommend it to anyone who might be listening and on board, and I'm glad you got a chance to watch it.
Yeah, anyway, I was a little concerned early on because some scenes were going on a little too long and could have used like a tighter edit. But it's like a very early movie for someone, or first movie, so you can see where it could be improved. But then when things start getting pretty crazy, I'm on board.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I can't imagine like seeing this in theaters. Like, it's not like that kind of a movie, I guess. But yeah, it definitely feels like something that would have been a lot of fun to like, randomly pick for a rental or something like that. Like, I think it's perfect for that.
All right. My number 4, there's no trailer. I'll throw in a clip here from the film, and then I'll come back in with the VHS box for it.
What are you staring at?
I don't think Daddy's going to be in a good mood.
Don't worry about that. I'll handle Daddy.
Mr. Stanton, I think you better get out.
Nicholas, what happened to you? My heart! My heart!
I put him? Michael. Last night I saw a movie on TV.
Okay, that's from Kiss Daddy Goodbye from 1981. I'm going to read off the Monterey home video box from 1984. This is how I first encountered this movie on VHS. In a lonely house on the coast are two beautiful children, and a terror beyond imagining. They're so young, so cute, so deadly. Widower Guy Nicholas has a very good reason for raising his twin children alone in a secluded house on the rugged, mysterious Pacific coast. Michael and Beth have inherited their dead mother's strange psychic abilities, making them as powerful as hydrogen bombs and slightly more dangerous. Guy learns to keep the children isolated until they can learn to use their powers wisely. All his hopes are shattered when a quartet of drug-crazed bikers invade the house. Guy is killed, sparking a cycle of supernatural violence as the twins seek revenge. Musical star Fabian stars as a deputy sheriff who begins to guess the mind-shattering truth behind the sudden bloodbath. Also starring are Marilyn Burns, remembered by horror fans as the sole survivor of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Marvin Miller, who handed out $1 million checks each on the long-running TV series The Millionaire. Well, okay, so that should sell you. The VHS cover, it has like the picture of the twins, and it's like a quote on there saying, "Daddy said we shouldn't ever again." And then "Kiss Daddy Goodbye," and below it, "and say hello to horror." And yeah, it's got a picture of like some bad guy shooting the dad, and you're looking kind of zombie-ish. So Kiss Daddy Goodbye is a weird one for sure. It stars these two kids who are the director's children. So they're Beth and Michael, these two kids, and I forget who they're playing their names, but the director's Patrick Regan, and his kids are Beth and Michael. And so, yeah, they're very amateurish actors.
Yeah.
You need to really get past that, though. Like, they're really clearly being fed lines and reading them off phonetically. They're reciting phonetically. They're not real actors. They're just kids saying lines.
No,
but that's
like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, it's like it reminded me a little bit of like Stefania Stella, like in Fatal Frames, like where like let's film you saying your lines separate than like the rest of the movie, like just to see if you just look at the camera and say your lines.
Yeah,
like I definitely was getting those vibes, but I had no idea it was the director's kids. Please continue.
So yeah, you get past that. I mean, so many horror movies of this time. There's so many bad. So much the acting is like whatever.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
But the idea of these two kids whose dad gets killed and then awaken him by using some sort of incantation, some sort of ritual from a book, and he's alive, and then he gets to drive them around. He gets to be their chauffeur. And of course get revenge by killing off those who killed him. So the children are using him for revenge. It's weird, man. The kids have the power of telekinesis. I love those kinds of movies. I love Carrie. I love The Fury. I love the Witch Mountain movies. It's like it's almost like the writer's like, we watched the Witch Mountain movies of those two. The brother and sister who have telekinesis and powers, and let's throw that in here. Let's throw that in that movie.
I didn't think of that. You're right.
And then we'll get Fabian and Marilyn Burns from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre to have like a love story to fill out the running time. and then these string of murders, and it's a weird mix of things, but it works, man. It's really out there. It's definitely a VHS obscurity that might charm you if you're in the mood for it. I don't know. It's not, it's something that I've thought about for like a while. Like it always kind of stuck with me because of the mix of like supernatural and kind of playing it in a weird way. Like just kind of plays out in a very matter of fact way. It's not, there's not a lot of directorial flourish. It really is lots of scenes of driving on the highway. And, again, the relationship between Marilyn Burns and Fabian and how that plays out. And she's like, I think she works for the social services maybe. So
I think she works for the school district or something.
The school district,
she totally is like. I mean, who does like home visits and all that other stuff that's going on? So
doesn't quite make it to the kids in time. But I feel like she spends a lot of her time trying to get there, but never quite gets there. So instead shacks up with Fabian when she should be checking on the kids. It's fun, and it's seeing these kids and their acting ability it makes this weird movie even weirder, I think. And I'm into it. I really am into it. And I have fun when I watch it and seeing that biker gang get revenge. And one of the people from the biker gang is, what's his name? Robert Dreyer, who you'll remember as one of the bad dudes. He's a very like severe face, very memorable face in Savage Streets.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
Here he is, the bad. I feel like he's always the bad guy, right? Because he's
a
bad
born
guy face.
For that role.
So, have you seen? Like, what was it like watching this one? Had you seen it before, or is this the first time watch?
I honestly, I'd never even heard of this before. And I was getting like, I know it's an 80s movie, obviously 1981, right? But I was getting like kind of like made for TV like 70s vibes from it, and that's like not a bad thing, but like that's kind of like the what it felt like that kind of a movie. And like it's so funny because you're talking about the kids, like they're acting like honestly. They were probably better than some of the bikers.
The biker gang too,
which is crazy, because they were definitely not like, child stars or whatever. So I don't know. The acting was like kind of, it varied. There was like different levels going on in the movie for sure. But that doesn't like detract from it. Yeah, it's just it is what it is. It's kind of part of the package, and there was a lot of things I really liked about it. Like I liked how they communicated telepathically without like any kind of like subtitles or voiceover, like the stuff you would normally see, I guess, in a movie. Like there would be some kind of something to like let the audience know what they're saying or what they're thinking. But instead, like we didn't hear anything when they were like communicating with each other, the kids. And I think that's awesome. Like that's how it should be. That's like, it's a small touch, and maybe it was just like oversight or laziness, or like who knows, maybe it wasn't even intentional, but like I like that. Like I thought that was cool, and like you still totally like could follow what was going on and what they were talking about, and what it led to next or whatever. So I don't know, I thought that was a really cool touch. I was gonna ask you if you caught this. So there's a part where there's like a real estate kind of guy who like drunkenly like shows up at the house after the dad's died, and the kids kind of panic because he's being a jerk and he's not like listening to them trying to make excuses for why the dad can't see him, and he ends up getting killed. And like I guess spoiler alert, whatever. But like the boy, the little boy whose names I forget their names too, but he mentions that like he was watching a movie last night that gives him like an idea on like how to get rid of the body in the car and stuff. And like they basically like they have the car like go drive into like a lagoon or something, because again it's like it's all set kind of like it looks like the California coast. I'm not sure where it was filmed, but it looks like a lot of the areas I was driving in today actually for work. But so like they have the car go into like the lagoon, and he or like I guess like I don't know, a stream or something close by, and he like mentions that he got the idea from a movie he was watching last night. And it even like does the same thing where he says like, "Oh, it did that in the movie too," where like it stops for a second, and she's like, "Oh, it's not going there." Or was he talking about Psycho?
I
Like,
was like,
right?
yeah, he must be talking about Psycho. They just couldn't say Psycho for some reason.
And that's such a nice touch. Like I don't know, I like that. So you caught that vibe too. Okay,
oh yeah,
cool.
for sure. Yeah.
So that was nice. And then this is probably the only movie I can think of where you get like a zombie like ambush through the sand on the beach. And like I don't know, I should say this too, just to kind of rewind a little bit. Like I really love the premise, like the idea that these two kids with psychic abilities can resurrect their dad who's killed, and like have him kind of get revenge, but also like do other things and stuff. But like, I feel like there was something missing for me, and it might just be because I watched this pretty late at night. Mm-hmm. And like, I don't want to. I'm just, I got to be honest. Like, there was a lot of stuff that just like I could forgive it because again, I love the premise, but I just feel like I kept missing stuff. Like I don't remember, and you can help me figure this out if I've just missed it. But like, I don't remember seeing the dad kill like the female biker. She was just dead all of a sudden. And I don't I remember her like running away like while he was choking the guy, and then like in the morning she's dead or whatever. So like again, I was like, did I miss that, or like am I just out of it? And like the same thing, like when there's like a couple of surfers that like they like one of them like accidentally like wrecks the kid's sandcastle, but then he's a jerk about it, so like they send the dad after them. Like, does he just scare them and then leave? Because I don't remember them dying. Like I remember him kind of chasing them down, and they're like running. They like pull over and they like run off into the hills or whatever. But like, did they just get away, or did I miss something? Like that was another thing. Like again, like this, just like how I feel. Like I feel like I was just missing stuff. I don't know.
There might have been like some cuts there. I don't know. I feel like they're. Yeah, I'm not sure which version you're watching. I feel like there was some...
right. Yeah, that's another thing. Who knows,
I feel like there's some payoff to some of that. Like, some of those things, not all of those things, but some of those things I feel like I was a little more resolved than what you watched, but...
Maybe.
It could be it could be the Princer cut, I don't know, but...
Yeah, no, totally.
This movie's never had a good, proper version, so who could say, like, what actually... Yeah, what actually was in the original version.
No, you're right.
It's not a very well edited movie either. It's definitely messy,
but I'm
and
sure it's more cohesive, like you said. It's exactly, and so another thing, like I didn't quite get what was going on with like how they like kind of drew on the dad's face or tried to color him or something.
Yeah, that to me looked like some sort of Egyptian kind of mummification kind of ritual of some kind.
Right.
That's what I was getting. Like, is it like monkey's paw-ish? Like, I don't know. I wasn't sure what that was, but that's what it seemed like to me. They just didn't elaborate on it.
Right. Yeah. Like, because they got like inspiration from like a magazine or something or a book. I can't remember, but they're like, oh, like this. We have to color him like this. Right. And it was kind of like distracting to me to like, again, like he's a pretty fresh corpse. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, he just passed away. But, like, it just wasn't, like, the greatest design. Like, I feel like, if he was, I don't know, if that movie was made with, like, the, like, kind of, like, effects that we got in Boneyard, for example, whatever, but the same story, exact, but just, like, the dad is, like, a super creepy zombie or whatever. Like, it's a completely different movie to me, you know? Instead you just get like a guy that like looks a little pale and has like a symbol painted on his face, you know, and like that's like again like the stuff like you said, you're not like a huge like effects guy. Like I'm a huge effects guy, and especially with like zombie movies and stuff, so like that's like I wish he was a little creepier. But he was, again, like, he just died. I mean, whatever. Like, how are they going to... They'd have to, like, rewrite that or whatever, like, to make it a different kind of story. Mm-hmm. But it worked for how it was, like... And, so, okay, I don't know why I wrote this down in my notes, so I have to bring it up. Like, what was up with the bikers, like, fancy cigar smoking, like, defense attorney? Like, that's super, like, expensive, like OJ's defense team, like, a defense attorney that, like, randomly, like, shows up and, like, gets him out of jail. Like, I was like, where did that come from? Like, was there any, like, I mean, how did that even end up in the movie?
That was very bizarre. Yeah, I always wondered about that too. Like, what?
It's so out of place.
It's happening.
Like, and he's like wearing like a 3-piece suit, and he's like lighting up the cigar. Like, how did he even afford this guy? But like, it's just, I don't know. Like, it's kind of awesome. Like, I was like, I laughed out loud for sure at that part, and I was like, okay, like, I'm on board. But yeah, I don't know. I guess like the ending kind of implies like they're summoning the car to get away or something. Like, I didn't quite, I wasn't 100% sure kind of like what was happening or how it ended or whatever. Again, this was pretty late at night.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to give it all away, but there's a couple of themes in these zombie movies where the dead want to return back to where they should be, right? Which is the grave.
Yeah.
And that's what happens here.
Yeah. They kind of don't want... Yeah. I mean, I guess without getting too much into it, that makes sense, kind of. They even say, like, oh, should we have Daddy help us one more time?
Yeah, so I love that kind of, like it's part 2. Like, he's back.
Yeah.
Daddy's back. Daddy's home.
Maybe that's where I would have got my more, like, rotted zombie dad or whatever. But
totally, yeah.
No, for sure. Like, I think this was, like, a fun, like, kind of oddity. Like a cool, like, left field choice that, again, I'd never heard of it, and I'm sure others probably haven't either. So
yeah, I would love to see this one get some sort of restoration of some kind. I don't know by who, but
yeah,
but please.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I think, I mentioned to you, like, it does look like it's getting a Blu-ray release in Germany.
Oh wow.
Which is, I mean, they put out all kinds of movies, which is why, thank God for region free and all that. But I don't know what it's going to look like or how much work's going to go into that. But I think that's pretty cool. Like, it's a movie that I think I could picture, like, Vinegar Syndrome or something putting it out here, maybe.
Yeah.
It just kind of seems like it would kind of fit with their catalog, maybe more than others. But I do think, like, a good transfer, because, the one I saw wasn't great. And maybe, like, some fun features or whatever can really add to the overall experience for this one. But
yeah.
It's, like, regardless of, like, just as a movie, like, just as, like, as an oddity, like, as an experience, like, it's something that's really interesting and kind of fun, and I really love the premise. So yeah, no, thumbs up for me.
Oh my god, it's like, I don't know what time is it, but we need more booze. We need to take a break. We'll be back right after this.
That I want is sleep. It's a peaceful sort of night. The last thing that I want is peace. I'll throw caution to the wind, and it comes flying back at me. It's the calm before the storm, and something's gonna clobber me. Can't you hear those stomping feet? And the swishing of those gowns, the laughing and the 4/4 beat. It takes a special kind of thrill to stand out in this day and date. Everybody looks so good and everyone is good in bed. dancing down the street dance better than I do. But you can't fight City Hall, no matter what you say or do. The armies of the night are coming, they're coming. Life will be a dream for you and for me. The armies of the night are coming, they're coming. Life will be a scream for you and for me.
Okay, so you're number 3. So it's a double feature. Let's get into the first one. Here's a TV spot.
Herbert West is brilliant, but a little weird.
I've broken the 6 to 12 minute barrier. I've conquered brain death.
And he's just made a discovery that could wake up the dead.
He's dead? Not anymore.
H.P. Lovecraft's classic tale of horror, Reanimator. It will scare you to pieces.
All right, so that was the TV spot for a little-known movie called Reanimator from 1985. And, I should say this first. Obviously, Reanimator, I probably don't need to get into the plot too much. But I did want to say that once we decided that we're not going to put Return of the Living Dead and some of these other movies in here, I really thought Reanimator was going to take my top spot for sure. It's a movie that I've always loved. I'm a huge Stuart Gordon fan. I think I've talked about him on the podcast before. And like this adaptation, like this is like his probably most popular movie, of course. And as a H.P. Lovecraft adaptation, it's probably the most popular one out there too. And those are all things that like appeal to me. The humor in this movie really works for me. And I mean, again, like I thought this was going to be my number one choice for sure, because that's how much I love it. Now, it didn't quite work out that way. There was some other movies I ended up kind of wanting to rank a little bit higher. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the pandemic is getting to me or something. Maybe I'm like in the mood for some kind of more downbeat stuff than I usually am. Or maybe it was just the familiarity with Reanimator made it easier for me to kind of put it a little bit lower on my list. But like, I mean, I can't stress this enough. Like, this is absolutely one of the greatest horror movies or horror comedies of all time, however you want to look at it. And I don't know. I love this movie. So again, I don't want to get too much into the plot because it's pretty well known. And again, it's an H.P. Lovecraft adaptation. So even if you're not necessarily familiar with this movie, somehow chances are you might be familiar with the story Herbert West, Reanimator, that it's based on. So I wanted to share that I had the good fortune of meeting both the lovely Barbara Crampton and Herbert West himself, Jeffrey Combs, at Monsterpalooza one year. I don't remember when this was exactly, but maybe a few years ago. And you know, Barbara Crampton was super, like, I don't know, just charming and everything you could dream of. She went out of her way to like talk forever, even though there was like people waiting in line. She was like, well, you know, I felt bad. Like, I felt like I should wrap it up. And she's like, well, when are you going to get a chance to talk to me again? I was like, all right. Like, let's talk more, you know? So she was just like the coolest like experience you could ever hope for at like a convention or something. But I was just going to mention that like Jeffrey Combs was really cool too. And he really talkative. And I told him about some random movies that I love that no one else is probably would know what I'm talking about. So I'm not going to even bother, but he's been in all kinds of stuff. And he actually signed the autograph I got from him. He like drew like a little Post-it on the picture. It was from Reanimator, of course. And he wrote, "Cat dead, details later." Which is, you know, from the movie, which is what he says, like, oh, is that what you wanted me to do, you know, when they find out the cat died and he didn't leave them a note or whatever. And I don't know, it made me like love him so much more that he did that, and that's how he signs his autographs. And it made me love this movie even more somehow, because it just kind of made me appreciate that humor even more than I already did, which again, this is a longtime favorite of mine. So it totally made my day. And maybe because of that, like, convention experience, like, I even hold the movie in higher regard somehow, because, you can meet people and have a bad experience or whatever, and maybe that'll change your enjoyment of certain things. Or like you said, you find out someone's a Trump supporter or whatever, maybe that bums you out too. But, like, I don't know, for me, like, just having them both be so great, it really just makes me love this movie even more, and the other movies they did with Stuart Gordon, of course, like From Beyond and Castle Freak, and I think they even did a Masters of Horror episode together. But yeah, so I don't know, I really love this movie. I don't want to get into it too much because it's so well known, and because this is a double feature, I don't want to take up the whole show with my number 3 pick. But I do want to make like a confession, horrible, traumatic confession, that I was when I was much younger and living at home, I was watching this movie, and my mom walked in right on the scene where a certain, like, decapitated head is, like, making a move on, like, a naked, like, bound Barbara Crampton. And, like, it was, like, the hardest, like, it was, like, the worst thing I could have been caught watching. Like, it would have been, like, better if I was watching porn or something. Like, what kind of weird stuff are you into, So, like, that was, like, a traumatic experience for sure. And I don't know, even watching it again, like, I kind of laughed because I thought, like, even if my wife comes down right now, like, I'm going to have to explain this. So, I don't know. I love Reanimator, but it's definitely pushes the boundaries of good taste, but in all the right ways. But yeah, so not to get into that one too much, I'll kind of let you say something too. What do you think about this one?
Oh yeah, I've talked about this one plenty on this podcast. You're tired of me.
Sure.
But I did see it at the theater with my grandmother, so.
Oh, no way.
She was into Reanimator, actually. She really liked Reanimator.
Awesome.
And From Beyond, which is a little more
I love From Beyond.
kinkier, you could say. So it's a good double pairing to watch with your parents and grandparents.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm going to say it's my personal favorite adaptation of Lovecraft, even though it's not super, close to the source material and the way it, like, it's not as elaborate. Uh-huh. It's its own thing in its own way, and
it is.
The source material is very, very thin. It's not.
No, and the tone especially. I mean, you can't. That's not what That's not Lovecraft necessarily. Sure.
Right. But to me, it exceeds, like, every other Lovecraft thing, with the exception of maybe, like, I really like the Stuart Gordon Lovecraft things from Masters of Horror. So yeah, I thought those are also really good. So to me, Stuart Gordon really does.
Dreams in the Witch House. Sorry, I just remembered. It popped in my head. I think that's the one he did for Masters of Horror.
Yeah, I really like that, and so I think he does Lovecraft.
Oh, and the Black Cat. Which is
both of them. Both of them are really both of his Masters of Horror are really good. So he really does these great authors. He does them right, and he pays tribute and then makes it his own thing too.
Sure.
Certainly Reanimator has always done that for me over the years, and I've watched this one, like, I don't know, countless times, and lots of replay value. So I'm a big fan. Certain scenes, for sure, I've watched over and over more.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh, this was a formative one for sure. And oh man, and and I will say, like, Barbara Crampton, beautiful. She's a knockout in this movie, obviously, and Chopping Mall and a bunch of other stuff back then. She looks great now, and I mean, she's been in more recent stuff like You're Next, and and more recent stuff than that. Even that's old now. But she looks great, and it was such a contrast, like, seeing her at this convention and seeing another actress who I love, who I feel bad even mentioning. I won't even mention her name. I'll just say that she's in Witchboard, so that'll give it away. And she was beautiful knockout, but like she just looked so different, and it was like kind of hard to see in person because she probably had too much work done. And then just seeing Barbara Crampton, it just aged so gracefully and naturally, and was just like, wow, like she just had the genes or whatever. But
super genes,
and just how sweet she was. Like her and Dee Wallace, who I think I met at the same convention, were both like the. And Dee Wallace told me to look sexy when I took a picture with her, which was like dramatic, because she's like the mom of like every movie I ever watched. Which she's cute too, obviously in her own way, but like. Yeah, so I don't know. That was just so cool, though, that Barbara Crampton was like, she's just so awesome. And like, I have a newfound love for her just because I'm telling you, like, there were people waiting, and she just like kept like making small talk with me, even to where I was like, we can just wrap it up or whatever. And she's just so cool. She's like, well, when are you gonna meet me again? So I don't know. It makes me love this movie even more, and all the other movies they did together, like I said, but. This one is definitely like special, and it's not. I guess you wouldn't really think of it as like a Living Dead movie because you don't have like hordes of zombies and all that. It's kind of like a different kind of Living Dead movie, but man, it's pretty crazy, and there's like a lot of like naked bodies and gross horror and stuff going on that. It's just, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't eat while I'm watching this movie. I should say that. And that's crazy that it still kind of has that effect. No matter how many times we've seen it now. So yeah, I guess it's something that would have been at the top of my list normally. But there's some other movies I wanted to talk about, including the movie that I paired it with. So
yeah, let's play the trailer for that.
Then, from the author of Terror, H.P. Lovecraft. From the director of Return of the Living Dead.
There's no evil in what I do, so long as I do it rightly.
The Resurrected.
I struck depths that your little brain cannot fathom.
He lived centuries ago.
It is to be expected. The dead take much blood.
But for him, death was only the beginning.
The cops found 8 boxes of human remains. Turns out they've had a rash of tomb snatchings over in Europe.
Now this wizard from the past.
Don't you understand what's going on down here, Lonnie? He beat death.
Has teamed with a man from the present.
So he's talking about bringing people back from the dead.
To create an evil that will last forever.
As the hunger grows, my control will surely weaken.
The best we can hope for is to somehow diminish Charles's homicidal and cannibalistic impulses.
The curse of the formerly dead is the hunger. And it will not be denied.
Chris Sarandon of Fright Night and Child's Play.
I've drawn down demons from the stars.
There'll be no salvation for thee.
John Terry of In Country and Full Metal Jacket. Jane Sibbett of television's The Famous Teddy Z.
The destinies of all things, living and dead, are mine.
The Resurrected.
Okay, so that is actually for The Resurrected. From 1992, which makes this an H.P. Lovecraft double feature. So like Reanimator, Resurrected, it's based on a story. This one's called The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. And this one it's about as different as can be from Reanimator tonally. It's directed by Dan O'Bannon, who we mentioned earlier, who I mentioned I'm a huge fan of Return of the Living Dead, and he also wrote a lot of movies, or co-wrote a lot of movies that everybody knows, everybody loves. If you look up his credits, I mean, they're as impressive as you'll find. I mean, I don't feel like I need to get into his resume too much, but he didn't direct a lot of movies. So I think it's really interesting that he directed Return of the Living Dead, which is like this punk rock, really fun, exciting zombie horror comedy, dark comedy, but definitely comedy. And then he directed this, years later, which is a way more of like a slow, methodical, almost like a old film noir like formula with like a private detective trying to solve this mystery, and it like has like almost like a 90s TV miniseries kind of pace and vibe to it, which I remember I kept telling you that. Like, just kind of think of it that way. Like, don't think about the runtime or anything. Just think about this as however many sittings you need to take or whatever. Because I do think that the pace is a turnoff to a lot of people. But it's not what you would expect from the guy who brought us, Return of the Living Dead. And like the cast is great. I think everyone's really good in it. But the most familiar face, who I think is also like the standout, is Chris Sarandon from Fright Night. And you've got like John Terry, Jane Sibbett, Robert Romanus. Is that how you say it? The guy from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. You've got like a lot of familiar faces and stuff in there, and I think everyone's really good in their roles. But I don't think that. Well, I should say this. I think every time I've seen this movie mentioned, it's always been like negative comments. And I don't think it's for everyone. I think that if you're going to give it a watch based off of my recommendation, go in expecting to, you're going to have to like kind of settle into this one. You're going to have to kind of just go with it and follow the story. And hopefully it's something that's interesting enough for you to be invested in. But it's again, you've got like the kind of voiceover narrations and stuff like that with the private investigator that you didn't see in a lot of these kind of movies. So I've always loved this movie. But I'm always like a little hesitant to like recommend it. And maybe, gosh, who knows? Maybe that's why I felt like I had to pair it with Reanimator. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just am scared to kind of put this out there on its own. Because I've never seen anyone say anything good about this one, but I love it. I think it's really charming. I think the effects are awesome. There's not a lot of them in here, like kind of like Revenge of the Dead that I mentioned, at the top of my list. Like, it's not action packed, but you get some really standout effects in this that look really cool, especially at the end. That I love, and it's just, I don't know, it's like a creepy story, and it does it for me. I really love like the whole setting. I feel like, honestly, like I feel like this is tonally like probably what all these other Lovecraft adaptations should have been a little bit more like. And I love all the ones we got, don't get me wrong, like the Stuart Gordon ones. But like this one really feels like kind of classier, and a little bit more like probably what he was going for. And, this time watching it, I actually noticed really early in the movie, there's a scene at a gas station, and you see like a sign like in this little town, that it's like advertising like some like upcoming like Halloween events, like a Halloween dance or something. And then you even see a shot of some like jack-o'-lanterns and stuff in the gas station. So it's only for a second, but it got my attention, of course. So make that your excuse to watch it, if you have time this month, whatever. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm a fan. Again, like I totally get it's not for everyone. So having said that, I'm gonna pass it to you and sit back and hope that it was okay with you. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I was okay with this movie. I wasn't super duper into it, to be honest.
Sure.
I like some of it. I like Chris Sarandon a lot in this movie.
He's really good.
I think he's really good. I think he's giving a really, like, almost a tour de force kind of performance. Like, he's giving it all. He's giving it his all. But I think that's where it stops. The performances. I don't like the performance of the lead guy. I don't like the performance of the wife. Something about their acting and the way they're written just kind of turns me off. It's like, it's going for noir, right? The detective story, the detective noir.
Yep.
And it feels a little like cheesy 90s version of noir. And
It
like
does.
not like Red Rock West. It doesn't feel like neo-noir. It feels like an old dude's interpretation of 40s noir. And that's basically what, Ben's doing with the story, right? He's saying he's
it is.
Because
It
the
is,
source
exactly.
material wasn't
and, I love that, but that's totally not for everyone. Yeah, I could see exactly what you're saying.
The source material was like, he wasn't a detective in that sense, right? So, yeah, so it's going for that noir mixed with like crazy outlandish horror and, and all the stuff that happens in it later. And when it does get to that point, it does get more exciting for me. So I struggle with the first half of the movie, to be honest. So I had to watch it in 2 sections. Like I shut it off and like, okay, because it was moving too slow for me, and then I picked it back up on the next night, and then it started getting better. And then Chris Sarandon kind of like is more forefront in the movie at that point, and that's when it really gets good for me. I'm kind of like half with it, half not with it. So that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, I can see why you would recommend it. I could definitely see it there needs more love, and for H.P. Lovecraft, it does pick up on some of those vibes you get while reading his stories. So it's not far off from what Lovecraft would probably want to see in an adaptation of his own story. So it's I definitely see especially where it goes. It does, yeah.
And I kind of honestly, I think that I was kind of bracing myself for you to like kind of beat it down a little bit worse. So I'm happy to hear that it didn't go over too bad. And I think maybe 2 sittings is a good idea if you're not really feeling it. But I don't know. For me, again, like I'm all on board with this, and I think, like you said, if you're a fan of Chris Sarandon, like he really does stand out. Like maybe he stands out so much that I guess everyone else is like a little vanilla, anyways. But like I think it makes them even more vanilla because of how good he is. But effects wise, this is another great effects movie. It's not used a lot, but you've got some really cool looking stuff in here. And I wish Dan O'Bannon directed more movies, because I think that as far as these two go, unless I'm missing something on his filmography, I can't think of any other like feature films he directed. But to me, it's like 2 for 2 that I'm really into him, and it's some big range as far as tone and everything. So I don't know. I'm glad we got to talk about it, and I do think it's kind of a good pairing with Reanimator, because Reanimator should give you enough action and laughs and thrills that like maybe you can settle in for something a little bit different afterwards.
For sure, yeah, it is definitely a good pair. You get a lot of shades of Lovecraft, not just the thrill a minute kind of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, so that was your Lovecraft double feature. Here is the trailer for my number 3.
He knows it's out there. He knows it's waiting. You can't see it in the daytime. You can't escape it at night. It's not really alive, but it's not quite dead.
What's going on over there?
The whole unit's acting weird.
45 degrees in there. The bodies are on a roller coaster.
What's going on? Come on, let's get out of here.
What in the hell is going on here?
The bedroom! Don't go in the bedroom! We have to stop them. Now, we can do it. I'm gonna need your help.
Okay, that's a Nightlife from 1989 initially, but then didn't get released until 1991, like January 1991 on home video, on the RCA Columbia home video. So I'm going to read off the back of that box, which I actually own the VHS for. When the 4 snobby classmates who have been harassing him are suddenly killed in an auto accident, teenage mortician Archie Melville, played by Scott Grimes of Critters 1 and 2, gets the gruesome job of preparing their bodies for burial. But an electrical storm reanimates the corpses, creating 4 invincible ghouls hungry for food, sex, and revenge. John Astin of Revenge of the Killer Tomatoes and the Addams Family, and Anthony Geary, You Can't Hurry Love, he's barely in this movie, also star as the not-so-innocent victims of these very twisted zombies. Campy and macabre, Nightlife puts a comic spin on a classic horror story. It's a fairly accurate, other than, like, you know, hyping up Anthony Geary as one of the stars. It's fairly accurate. There's some comedy, there's some horror. It's got a bit of both in it in this one. I've always loved this movie. Something about the tone of the movie. It kind of sits pretty well in horror comedy. It doesn't feel like a comedy, like to be funny. Mm-hmm. It has just kind of a dark sense of humor. And I just love the zombies as they're portrayed in this movie. I love it's a teen movie, first off, since I'm such a big fan of teen movies, and you get teen zombies. I love that it's about a guy who's bullied, and then what happens when your bullies die, and then they just will not stop until, and they come back, and they will not stop until you're dead, right? Too. It's kind of a great concept to me, and I just love. I really like that about it, and I like that one of them is Darcy DeMoss. Yep. I wouldn't mind being haunted by Darcy DeMoss. It's kind of what I want in a late 80s horror movie, to be honest. Mm-hmm. This is one of my favorites from this time period because it really captures that vibe of that time period, but also tries to deliver some classic tropes from horror, from the genre of zombies, and paying tribute to masters like, of course, George Romero, but not trying to totally rip him off. We're trying to avoid the movies here today that are, clearly George Romero ripoffs. I think these are movies that generally are creative in the way they deal with the zombie action and the way they deal with zombies, and I feel like this one kind of goes in some interesting directions where, like, even the back of the box says they're hungry for, like, sex. Like, there's a scene where the zombies get it on. You don't see it. It's off screen, but they're, like, they're on the bed, which is like, oh, okay, that's an interesting touch. I don't think I've ever seen that before in a movie. So they're still, like, even in death, they're horny teenagers, right? There's some cool things, like little touches here and there. So I was always impressed by this film, directed by David Acampo, who did not do many films, but he did co-direct the Star Wars Holiday Special. But this one's a little better quality than that. I think there's a lot going on in this movie, and it's well shot and has an interesting look to it. I think a better transfer would really highlight the way it's shot. There's actually a budget behind this movie. You think it's like a throwaway kind of video release, but I think they spent money on this movie. You could tell there's some real big set pieces, especially towards the end of the movie. And like, wow, they actually that scene, where it's like things are like blowing up, and there's some big actual set pieces. Mm-hmm. So it's not a cheap little movie. There's some stuff there. It's some big stuff there, but it does feel very cozy because it's about a small town. It's about a boy in a small town and his friendship with this girl who's clearly very, out of his league. Yeah. Mechanic who wants to move on to, the big city, as you do. And yeah, there's some good stuff in it. It really does feel like a cozy small town movie, and then of course throwing in the zombie stuff, and I've always been charmed by it. And it's maybe not 100% scary, but there's some good shock moments at the same time. And I love it. I really do love it. And I really wish this one get some kind of release. It was, it was clearly to me meant to be a theatrical release, but somehow got dumped to home video in the early 90s. And so it's never gotten a fair release. It never got a DVD. There's a Laserdisc rip of it on YouTube right now. So look for that on Nightlife 1989. And there's Laserdisc. You'll see the one with the Laserdisc logo on it. So it's probably the best possible way to see this movie. It looked a little better than my VHS copy. So yeah, hopefully one day it will get a better release, because I've always been a fan of Nightlife. Had you seen it before this time, or?
No, actually, I wonder if you might have mentioned this before, like years back.
Yeah, I definitely mentioned this on the podcast before, yeah.
I do feel like this is one that I was made aware of at some point. Like, I remember looking it up and reading about it or something back then, but just, I kind of forgot about it. I hadn't seen it for sure. And, it's interesting because you mentioned, it's on YouTube, so that's how I watched it. Which isn't ideal, and I have a smart TV or whatever, but for whatever reason, like, I don't know if it was just my schedule that day or whatever else I was doing. I watched this on my phone, and kind of broken up in parts too, which all those things are like, detractors, I guess, for lack of a better term. Like, I don't really watch stuff on YouTube already. I definitely don't watch stuff on my phone. I know some people do. Like, that's just not me. That's not the experience I usually go for. So even with all of that kind of working against it, like, all those things, definitely, like, probably hurt the experience. I still was like I absolutely adored this movie. Like, I loved it. And it's just like, it's like how I mentioned before when we were talking about the Midnight Hour, for example, how I said, like, I wish it was just a little more small scale. I think it would have been perfect. Like, this was that,
Mm-hmm.
It was just like a handful of characters. You still got, like, your kind of the same kind of cameos casting that you got in Midnight Hour. You got here with, like, John Astin, in this role as the uncle, and like you mentioned, Darcy DeMoss, and so whatever, the cast is great for this kind of a movie, but it's just like this handful of characters, and I love the setup. I love the whole first half of the movie where, like, nothing horror related even happens. It's just, and that says a lot about it, I mean, if you're not really into it at that point, then the payoff's not going to be as good. But I love that it doesn't, like, over explain things either. Like, you just kind of learn that there was an accident, and like, you're, as seasoned horror fans, like, you already are like, oh, okay, there was, like, chemicals involved and stuff like that. So, your radar goes up. And I don't know, like, it's just, I love that it's, like, mostly set in one or two locations. Like, there's some scenes outside of there, but it's, like, mostly, like, the gas station and the mortuary, or funeral parlor, whatever you want to call it. And, like, it's just, it's like it was just the perfect example of, like, what I've been trying to say, like, I love. And I was really into it. I can't believe I hadn't seen it before, because this movie was just really me. And like you said, like, I'm not, I'm not huge on, like, comedies in general, like, but this is, like, the kind of comedy I like. Like, this is funny and charming, and, like, it's the kind of movie that makes you, like, smile maybe more than it makes you laugh. Mm-hmm. Like, it's like that kind of funny, but, like, it's just, like, it works, and it's really well done, and it had some good effects. I think gosh, do I remember like someone's head like kind of explodes at the end, and there's like some other crazy stuff going on, like you said. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely like moved up on the top of like my wish list of movies I want to see on disc. Like it's up there now for sure.
Yeah, I really would benefit from more eyeballs seeing this movie. I think more people would be into it and get into what it has to offer. And I think it's like you said, the charming. You know, when you say zombie movies, and
exactly,
you don't see a lot of charming
more zombies. Yeah, exactly. And like 3 other characters. So no, it's not what you would think of for sure. And like even like the cover art that you see on like IMDb and stuff, it's like that I remember looking up before whenever you mentioned this before, which I'm positive it was you. It's like super bland. Like it's not like the kind of stuff that would attract me like at a video store, for example. So I don't know, like I just feel like it's so much better than that. Like it's and I did find just from I think scrolling through images or whatever, like there is some pretty cool artwork I think from like the UK VHS or something. But I don't know, it's a cool movie. It's a lot of fun, and I'm so glad you picked it because it's like, I mean, I'm telling you, one day this is going to get a release now, and I'm going to be super excited. And otherwise, I would have just been like, oh, yeah, I think I heard of this, So now I can have that to look forward to.
Good stuff. All right. So that was my number 3. Before we get into our number 2s, I'm going to read off some lists from pals of the show. On Patreon, Mike Alishan, you may know him, wrote in, I love the Romero trilogy, Night, Day, and Dawn. I still have to see the Argento cut of Dawn. The soundtrack to that is great. Bill wrote in, Train to Busan, Reanimator, Dead Alive, My Boyfriend's Back. What is it about that movie that's so damn fun? And Shaun the Dead, and probably my all-time favorite is Pontypool, which is just a ride. Leo Logan, The Serpent and the Rainbow, 28 Days Later, Resident Evil, Pet Sematary. Dustin Hicks, Night, Dawn, and Day, of course, The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue, Zombie, City of the Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead, Nightmare City, 28 Days Later, and To the Girl with All the Gifts. Dan Hemingway, The Dead and The Dead 2, India. Daniel Budnick, I just rewatched Redneck, Zombies, and Flesh Eater last night. Always good times. The Child is a wonderful film, and the last 20 minutes or so are one hell of an undead siege.
Sure.
Daniel Budnick co-hosts the Made for TV Mayhem podcast with Amanda Reyes.
I like what he's about. I was just going to say, he mentioned something really quick. Have you seen Flesh Eater?
I don't think I have, actually, no.
That might be one. Maybe we can talk about it when we do the Romero ones, because it's written and directed by someone who was a zombie in Night of the Living Dead.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, super random, but that was a good call. That's a deep cut for sure.
Okay, Sue Shippers written in no particular order. Dead Snow 2, Red vs. Dead, Shaun of the Dead, Pet Sematary, Day of the Dead, Return of the Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead 2, and Night of the Comet. Scott Pliskin, Night of the Living Dead, Amy Lynch, Night of the Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead, Shaun of the Dead, Juan of the Dead, Train to Busan, Just for Starters. Chris Moore wrote in Dead and Buried. Dustin Putman, Return of the Living Dead 1 and 2. Willie Greer wrote in Day of the Dead 78. Let Sleeping Corpses Lie. Shaun of the Dead. I Walked with a Zombie, and Burial Ground. And Kevin...
Burial Ground.
Yeah. Kevin Michael Jones wrote in Messiah of Evil, Night of the Creeps, Return of the Living Dead. Okay, I'll read off the rest of them a little bit later. Here is your number 2. Here's our TV spot.
From the creators of Alien, terror brought down to earth, dead and buried. Fear, so intense, it will stay with you to the grave and beyond. Dead and buried.
All right, so my number 2 pick is a movie that I think was mentioned on a few of those lists you just read, and that is Dead and Buried from 1981. And okay, so I know I think I've said this probably about a few different movies now, but this is another movie that was gonna be my number 1 pick. And I felt like it was tonally almost too similar to yours, not to give it away. But it's a pretty, it's a pretty grim one. And I decided to change it up, and I still think it's very worthy of being at the top of any list. It's a little bit of a hard watch. It's a masterpiece. Don't get me wrong. What else would you expect from Gary Sherman, right? But it's pretty gruesome and pretty unnerving, I guess, for lack of a better term. Like no one's safe in this movie, and the way people are killed in it, and the things that happen, and how suddenly things turn. And no one's safe. Like kids aren't safe, parents aren't safe. Just people out minding their own business aren't safe. Well, I guess they never are in any movie, but this, I don't know. This one, it's just something else. And the way people are killed, it's pretty. It's pretty harsh. A lot of the deaths. And some of it, it still makes me cringe, even though I've seen this a few times now. So gosh, I don't know. It's a tough one for sure, but it's such a good movie. I would say it's a masterpiece, honestly. And I feel like you've probably talked about this too on the show, but I'll get into it anyways. I really do adore the setting, the whole Potter's Bluff seaside village, and I feel like I've brought that name up even when we've talked about other settings, like Antonio Bay or whatever, Cradle Bay, all these other ones. This is one of those that just really stands out to me. I love the name. I kind of love the secret meaning you can take from it once certain plot points are brought up, and it's not an obvious choice for a Living Dead list either, because you don't really see the Living Dead when you're watching this movie. You don't really see any zombies. You don't see the kind of action you would expect from that kind of movie, because it's different. It's a different kind of story. And the reveal, and when you do see kind of how the Living Dead plays into this, which I'm not sure if I want to spoil just because it's so brilliant. It's really powerful and really unique. And it's like a real, I don't know, what's the term? It's like a gut punch kind of thing, that it's just great. And, the cast is awesome. You got James Ferrantino as the lead, and he's great. But you got so many familiar faces. You've got Jack Albertson from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I think it's one of his final roles even. You've got Lisa Blunt from Prince of Darkness, Melody Anderson from Firewalker, and probably more famously to most people, Flash Gordon. And you've even got Freddy Krueger in there, Robert Englund. So it's, you'll see a lot of familiar faces in there, and there's just a lot of talent, I think, involved in this movie, on and off camera. You've got, Stan Winston's effects in this it's not it's not as maybe flashy as some of the effects he's done in movies. You don't get a pumpkin head or something like that in this, but they're so effective. And there's a scene actually where someone's face is basically a dead body is face is is reconstructed by the Jack Albertson's character, and like it's just done in a way where it's like kind of like time lapse effects and stuff like that, but it's so effective, and it creeps me out. Like that scene actually plays on the menu for like I have the UK Anchor Bay. It's like a double disc DVD. And I know there's newer releases of this, and I got to get those one day too. I'm just kind of nostalgic for this one, I guess. But that plays over the menu, and it always kind of like makes me hesitate a little bit. Like if I really want to watch this again, I'm like, this is what I'm getting into. So I don't know. Like that might not sound like a recommendation, but it is for sure. And we mentioned Dan O'Bannon and all the things that he's written, great movies he's been involved with, like Alien and all that other stuff. I was always under the impression that he co-wrote this or wrote it until researching for this episode. I guess all of his contributions were left out. So I don't know, and I didn't do as much research as I should have, because this was something I didn't know before. But I guess he doesn't feel like he should have been credited as a co-writer for this. So I guess I'm just throwing that out there in case anyone else like me is surprised to hear that. So there's so much I can say about this one. I feel like I want everyone to experience this the way I did, which is not knowing where it was going and kind of not knowing what it's about necessarily. So maybe I'll just kind of leave things vague and let the trailer or whatever cover that part of it. But I just can't recommend this movie enough. It really is a horror masterpiece. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I always thought it was like one of the ones that really goes an extra step or two beyond, like it gives. I think it's true of a lot of Gary Sherman movies. I really feel like there's a lot going on, and he's really using technique, but also like storytelling. He's really strong with the storytelling, and
he was absolutely.
I mean, you follow this character and his journey. And usually, like watching a horror movie with a cop character is boring to me. Like, I don't know, I don't find them that engaging, but I found this one works because you really are unsure of what's going to happen next. That's the way it ratchets up the tension, and it does it in a way that's kind of not like relentless or anything, but in a way that really kind of takes you by surprise every time, like there's a new set piece.
Yeah,
and there's dark humor too in it as well, which is nice because it's not just one thing; it's multiple things. That's what I like about these movies. They're not just one thing. There's like a lot going on. There's a lot of personality.
There's so much to take from them. Absolutely.
There's a lot of atmosphere. It's a very like filtery looking movie. It's set in a small coastal town. So it's got to be very foggy and it's got to have a lot of atmosphere in the air, obviously, and but they really heighten that in this movie, so which gives you an interesting,
super foggy,
almost fairy tale-ish quality. It's something about it. It's like not quite 100% reality, but it's played mostly for reality, which is nice.
I'm so sorry. I was just going to say, because you mentioned that, it just triggered something in me. But I feel like it's almost filmed like a dream sequence, but it's like the whole movie. Like there's like some Vaseline on the lens or something. And it's to that atmosphere for sure.
Yeah, that would initially be a turn me off, but it's done so well here. It's like it's never a distraction. It's more like it just adds to it. Adds to the atmosphere. It adds to it. It gives it another level of texture. And all the performances are good. I think Melody Anderson is actually quite a standout in this movie. Like you're never not sure what her motivations are, and when things are revealed, it's interesting where it goes. It becomes almost a tragedy in a way. It's got a mix of emotions. It definitely had a mix of emotions while we were watching it this time. Like I'm scared, but I'm also sad by, because ultimately what happens, how things are playing out for certain people. And of course, like a family gets taken over by these town. And it's like, wow, this movie really just goes all out.
It doesn't pull any punches.
It doesn't pull any punches. And, there's some really good effects when people are killed. For the most part, there's one that's kind of a little bit like I don't know, it was a little too effectsy, like when someone's getting
the acid.
Yeah, that was a little too like effects. Look at me, I'm doing an effects scene, but
it's good.
Yeah,
it's good effects. Yeah,
but good effects. But for the most part, yeah, I was like, wow, this is really strong all the way through, and yeah, I'm really, really into this. I'm a huge fan of this movie. I love it. I love that they're doing a restoration of it right now, currently. Yeah. So there's going to be a 4K Blu-ray, hopefully, next year.
That'll be the new edition I pick up, I guess, finally. But I'm still holding on to this ancient DVD, too.
It looks good on Blu-ray now, but I think even a restoration might appreciate it even more, because it'll look like... Blue Underground is great work. So
they do. It'll look as good as it can look. I mean,
sure, yeah. But yeah, good performances and it's a great movie. Gary Sherman is really good.
What an ending! And Gary Sherman was on such a roll then. Jeez, like I pulled up his IMDb just out of curiosity while I was watching it, and I was like, man, he just was knocking him out of the park. Like, I don't know, you don't see that from a lot of filmmakers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely had a run, and maybe not, and definitely not appreciated as much then. So I'm glad his films have gotten a renaissance since. So, so it's amazing to me that a movie like Dead and Buried didn't really stand out to people. Like I think back then, because it pops out to me really
exactly.
I mean, I'm sure fans of horror have appreciated it over the years, but. I think critically, it just didn't really catch as much of attention as it should have. It really is definitely one of the best of the time.
Yeah. No. Sorry, I was just gonna say it's pretty different from what was popular in '81. Yeah. If you think about it, I mean that was the year of the slasher, right? Mm-hmm. So,
right.
I don't know if audiences were really into this, really kind of somber mystery. With some pretty, the kills weren't as thrilling. They were more unsettling, Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Even if I saw this as a teenager, which I don't think I did. I think my brother introduced me to this when I was a little bit older. Maybe I was still a teen, but I don't know. But I remember he showed this to me for sure. And I don't this is not something that I would have gravitated towards at all, but it's just something that I appreciate so much, maybe as an adult or whatever, or with a different viewpoint of these kinds of movies. And I can't praise it enough. I mean, it's just an awesome movie. If someone hasn't seen it somehow, definitely add it to your list.
I love it. I'm glad you picked it. All right, here is my number 2. Here's the trailer.
They say when you're dead, you're dead. They say you only get one chance at life. But for childhood sweethearts Missy and Johnny, true love will never die.
My boyfriend's back and you're He came back from the dead for me. God, my boyfriend won't even pump gas for me.
By God, if it ain't the zombie out with a living woman.
What do you have against Johnny besides the fact that he's dead?
He's a stinking zombie, you idiot.
He's been gone for such a long time. My dad'll go berserk if he finds out I went out with a dead guy.
You stupid dead zombie pond scum.
There's a lot of prejudice against the undead.
Whore of the undead. Tramp.
Zombie lover.
We want the zombie! Let's get out! Pretty damned active for a dead guy. Come on, let's get it, gang.
Hey, quit it! If you're gonna kill him, you're gonna have to kill me. I mean it.
My boyfriend's back.
Well, I hope somebody eats a whole damn bunch of you.
Okay, that's the trailer for My Boyfriend's Back from 1993. This was a Touchstone title, so This is the one title of the list that I actually saw in the theater. But I'll read the VHS box anyway. Teenager Johnny Dingle will do anything to keep his date with the hottest girl in school, even come back from the grave. You see, Johnny had the perfect scheme to win the heart of Missy McLeod, the town beauty. Unfortunately, Johnny's scam goes sour and he winds up dead. Even so, Johnny's determined to keep his date, unaware of the hilarity waiting for him upon his return. See for yourself why everyone's dying to see this outlandishly funny comedy. And yeah, then it's like the outrageously wild comedy in the back. It's like they really, 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 really want to play up that it's an outrageous comedy, and you know it is.
Like you can't tell from the cover.
Yeah, it is a wacky, outrageous comedy, sure, but I don't know. There's more to this movie than just that. For me, it's like it's got a tone that's I don't know. It hits a tone that really makes me happy. This is like another, like we talked about Charming before with one of the movies, Nightlife. This one is charming, super charming. This one makes me just kind of smile and happy every time I watch it. And I don't. There's no other like horror zombie comedies, that can do that for me like this one does. And that's because of Bob Balaban's direction. He really hits an interesting note with the comedy, and of course, having a great cast of people who are great performers. So that will definitely heighten things for you when you're directing a film like this. And with Andrew Lowry as the lead, he's good. Tracy Lind as the object of his affection. She's someone who I've had a crush on for a long time. Edward Herrmann and Mary Beth Hurt as the parents. Great. If you're going to have parents in a movie, I want them to be Edward Herrmann and Mary Beth Hurt. They are so great as parents, especially Mary Beth Hurt as the mom. Like, she'll do anything for her kid. Include feeding him other people. Austin Pendleton shows up in this movie. He's fun as a wacky doctor. And then you have, character actors, you have J.O. Sanders, Paul Dooley, Bob Dishy, Cloris Leachman, and then younger people like Matthew Fox and Philip Seymour Hoffman and Matthew McConaughey in this movie. This movie even has Edwin Neal from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in it. It's pretty amazing. It was shot in Texas. That's probably why. I go back to this one a lot. I saw it in the theater in August, somewhere around my birthday. It came out August 6, 1993. I was ready for it. I saw those trailers. I'm like, yeah, it's a comedy. It's a Touchstone movie. I'm down for it. And it really charmed me from the very beginning. And much like, Andrew Lowry's character falls for Missy, I did too. And it's just you could see why he would be so obsessed, but in a not such stalkerish way, but in a very nice way. It's just everything in this movie is kind of nice, but then of course about a guy who dies and he wants to feed on people to live, right? So it feeds into the themes, of course, Bob Balaban's previous film, Parents, which was about a little boy who...
Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize it was the same director.
A little boy who finds out his parents are cannibals or suspects they are. And it's about seeing, approaching death from a young boy's point of view. And this movie is approaching it from a teenage boy's point of view. So there's, of course, hormonal things. It's interesting that the differences between the two, but also similarities, and the approach to comedy is definitely much more heightened here. But of course, it's a comedy about a guy coming back for a girl. So of course, it's going to be pretty silly. There's a comic book approach that I like, and it's something I don't often say. So that's nice. Sean Cunningham, of course, is the producer who had the script and sold it to Disney, and so it became a Disney project. And I just like that there's a Disney movie about a zombie comedy, and that was produced by Sean Cunningham. It's pretty amazing to me. Right, the guy who wrote Jason Goes to Hell wrote this movie, right? Same year. They came out the same year in the same month. So yeah, I've been a big fan for a long time. I've talked about this movie probably in the past on this show, so I want to hear from you.
All right, so gosh, I almost feel like this whole episode I've been trying to kind of prep you for my opinion on it by saying I'm not like really into like wacky teen comedies as much.
Yep.
Even though like, so this one, like I 100% see the appeal. This is like a Meep special for sure. Like I feel like you've talked about it before on the podcast, I'm sure too, like you said. And like, I totally like see it and I get it. And like, so I should say this first. There's a lot of elements I really love about this movie. Like you've mentioned most of them, but I mean, I'll just say like the whole, it's Sean Cunningham. You got that name attached to it, which is cool. I mean, whatever, that is what it is. But you got like the comic book style, like renditions of the characters and some of those like transitions and stuff. Like it looks cool. And that's something I would have been into, I love that you've got like, those early appearances, like those big stars like Philip Seymour Hoffman and Matthew McConaughey and Matthew Fox and stuff. And the biggest draw to me, and the reason why I've probably seen this movie more than once, is Tracy Lind, who I had a huge crush on as well from Class of 1999 and Fright Night Part 2 and a million other things, I'm sure. And you mentioned Cloris Leachman, which she's not in this a lot, but I really do like her in this. I think she was like kind of the right person for that role. And so I don't know, like having said all of that, like for whatever reason, it's just never really connected with me. Even though I've seen it, like, I've probably seen this a handful of times, which is more than, a lot of the popular comedies from like the 80s and 90s and stuff that are kind of similar in tone. This one is one that I have gone back to, and maybe it is just because like I remember Tracy Lynn in them, like, oh, I should watch that again, I'll like it more this time. I don't know, whatever, but like it just doesn't like. I do think like it's pretty clever, some of it, and like it's like charming, like you said, it is charming. And I kind of like how like the mom is just, I don't know, the mom is something else, like you said. Oh, she's almost reminds me of a mom in another movie we got to watch where like she just like loves her son so unconditionally and will do anything for him, and it's so like, but she's so wholesome about it. It's just, I don't know. Both the parents are great, like you said. So I don't know. There's a lot of things I like about this movie. Again, it's just not the kind of movie that does a lot for me. Like it's the weirdest thing to say, and I don't know how else to say it, but like I just don't think a lot of comedies are funny for my weird sense of humor. And like this is like, this is full on a comedy. And it's just it's like a good one for like those kinds. Like I like it a lot more than other ones, don't get me wrong. But like, yeah, it's just one that I like, but I don't love, I guess, if that makes sense. Like it's definitely something I don't mind watching every once in a while, but it's not something that I'm necessarily going to gravitate towards. So I don't know, but I still totally appreciate it as a meat pick. And I see the, I can see the draw.
Yeah, I mean, there's no secret that I love comedies, so
for sure, yeah.
This one really gives me everything I want. With a comedy, because it's a smart comedy, it's not a dopey comedy. There's a lot of intelligence put behind it, and thought put into it. And even if it does seem like a frivolous movie, I think it has enough wit about it to draw me in, and I find myself laughing every time I see it. The scene alone where Tracy Lynn in the dream sequence where she's like, dressed up in like this crazy little outfit, and she's like, "Why don't you want to eat me?" Like, and like just like he's having these dreams of like his girlfriend, potential girlfriend, being upset with him for not wanting, him not wanting to eat her. It's just kind of funny to me, like the anxiety a dead person would have, like, and how that would manifest in a teenage, in a hormonal, guy body, and all that stuff of worrying about decomposing and certain parts falling off, and
his ear and something
else. It's just like it's just fun to me, like that, where that goes, and yes, it could have been taken even further, but this is a movie. It's not set over a long period of time, so it's kind of like there's like a clock. Like he has, once he comes back, he's like
right.
Yeah, he has to beat that clock to get to the prom with her.
It's so funny. Like, actually, now that you mentioned the director, and like I didn't make that connection before, but it does kind of feel like it has like some 1960s kind of I don't know stuff going on in there.
For sure.
Like Parents, and it just kind of has like that, and like a matter of factness, like the way kind of everyone is just so on board with the fact that like, oh, this like he's a zombie or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like without even questioning it or whatever. And there's even like some like almost like Pleasantville style, like, oh, like don't discriminate against him just because he's a zombie. Like, I don't know. Like there's stuff going on in this for sure. But it's so weird when you mentioned right now, because I don't know why this just didn't register for me before. When you mentioned the whole, Jason, you said Jason Goes to Hell, right?
Yep.
Like so that feels like an early 90s movie to me, but like I guess this feels like a 80s movie to me. Like,
definitely more 80s. Yeah.
Like it just doesn't, I can't like register that those came out in the same year because they feel like such different eras. And God, I don't even remember last time I saw Jason Goes to Hell. The box set will be a good excuse, I guess, to rewatch it. So who knows if my memory's even serving me right. But this definitely feels like an 80s movie. It doesn't feel like 93. But that's, if you're a fan of those kinds of comedies, like this is one of the good ones for sure. So yeah, no, and I think I love that our lists are kind of tonally kind of covering all the bases, because I think there are a lot of fun examples of this genre or subgenre, and this is like a good example of how to do it as a comedy, and from a different kind of perspective.
Right, because this could have been like, you could have taken the same concept and made a pretty serious movie about it, and I don't know if it would work for me, but
sure.
You could do it though.
Right,
you could do it. It doesn't exist in an alternate reality, where you die and you can come back, and then and fate will step in, and that sort of thing. It does feel very 80s, like you said. It feels like something in the vein of Chances Are. Those kinds of movies where like someone dies and comes back and gets reincarnated.
Right.
It's,
yeah, that's a good example.
Something like that. So outside of a couple of very like early 90s kind of pop tunes that are in the movie, but actually incorporated in a very interesting way. Like there are a couple songs that like obviously probably Disney's like, okay, we need to have, besides like, you have like the 60s thing going on, but I want you to have like a 90s thing to it as well. Which is weird because they also called the movie My Boyfriend's Back, which was
exactly
that song is not in the movie, of course. It was just used in the advertising and the trailers and stuff. It was originally called Johnny Zombie, which makes sense. That's because they're kind of, it's like sending up almost like older zombie movies in that way, and teen movie, that juvenile delinquent movie.
Right.
So it's interesting that they imposed like this, like you have to have a couple of 90s songs in it. But then Harry Manfredini, who did the score, like cleverly used one of those songs and it sprinkles it throughout in the soundtrack. And so I like that about it, because it's really kind of like it's used in a fun way, and so I like when a composer can do that to even with a pop tune, just kind of make it like part of the score. So I remember picking up on that pretty early, and like even maybe in the first viewing. I had this on Laserdisc too, I think. Cool. And now, of course, Blu-ray. And the Blu-ray is great from Kino Lorber. It has has 4 different interviews. It has the star of the movie, Andrew Lowry. It has Bob Balaban. It has Austin Pendleton, and it has Harry Manfredini interviews.
Oh, no
And then the commentary has Bob Balaban and Mary Beth Hurt and Austin Pendleton talking about the movie.
Matthew McConaughey?
No Matthew McConaughey. No Matthew Fox. No one named Matthew on the but it's it's a good disc from Kino Lorber, and I'm sure during their sales it's pretty cheap because this one doesn't seem to get a lot of love these days. It didn't do very well at the box office. It made $3.3 million, so it came and went pretty quick. And it cost like $12 million, so it had a big budget behind it, and it didn't make its money back.
That's a lot for that kind of movie. Yeah.
The last thing I wanted to mention was that Mac Ahlberg was a cinematographer, and I really like Mac Ahlberg as a cinematographer. Funny enough, he was a DP on Reanimator.
Cool.
But also movies that I like a lot, like The Seduction, House, and even worked on the Brady Bunch movies. He did it all.
Oh, nice.
All right.
I love House. Yeah.
Those are our number 2s. I'm going to finish off the list from Pals of the Show before we get to our number 1s. Let's see what we have left. Okay, Brad Yasuda has the longest list here. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, Shaun of the Dead, Return of the Living Dead, Zombie, Train to Busan, Night of the Creeps, Slither, Blood Quantum, Black Sheep from 2006, Reanimator, Dead Alive, Cemetery Man, Dark Floors, The Dead Don't Die, Dead Snow 2, Red vs. Dead, Fido, Night of the Comet, One Cut of the Dead, The Supernaturals, Warning Sign, Favorite Scenes, The End of Dead Snow 2, The End of Cemetery Man, Nichelle Nichols' performance in The Supernaturals, Tilda Swinton in The Dead Don't Die, and Send More Paramedics. Thank you, Brad.
Nice.
It's a pretty epic list.
Good list.
Eric G. Romero's original trilogy, Dead Heat, Return of the Living Dead, Zombie, Zombie 2, Night of the Creeps, Dawn of the Dead Remake, Shaun of the Dead, and Little Monsters. Dave Felter, Night of the Living Dead, Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, Zombie, from 79, of course, Zombie Holocaust, Burial Ground. I mentioned Night of the Living Dead on a lot of lists, and just to clarify, the 1968 version, that's what everyone wrote in. Zombie Holocaust and Burial Ground. Okay, Andrew Burrell, Night of the Comet, and Dance of the Dead. Jeffrey Berg wrote in Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Messiah of Evil, Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, and Pet Sematary. And lastly, Quentin Dunn wrote in honorable mentions, I Walk with a Zombie, so artful, atmospheric, and unsettling. Dead and Buried. Zombie, worth watching for the scene where a zombie battles with a shark alone. Reanimator, and Train to Busan, about 15 minutes too long, but still awesome. So yeah, Train to Busan got a lot of mentions. I really need to see that movie. I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either, and I think it's been on Netflix forever. So
and here we are doing a zombie podcast, and we haven't seen Train to Busan. Terrible.
That's terrible, yeah. It's not old enough for us yet.
Yeah, exactly. When it's more retro, I will watch it.
We'll totally watch it and love it in like 10 years, probably.
Totally. All right, his number 5 was Dawn of the Dead, Return of the Living Dead. Number 4, number 3, Night of the Creeps. Number 2, Shaun of the Dead. And number 1, Night of the Living Dead. A cliche choice, of course, but also a heartfelt one. After all, when they play the national anthem, you have to stand up and salute. Thank you, Quentin. Thank you, everyone who wrote in your list. They're all awesome. Love them all. Let's get into your number 1. Here is the TV spot for the alternate U.S. title.
They tampered with nature. Now they must pay the price. See the grotesque invade an unsuspecting village. See a hospital panic when day-old babies go berserk. See friends turn on each other in a nightmare of horror. You'll cringe with terror when you see. Don't open the window. Whatever's out there will wait. Rated R.
So that was the TV spot for Don't Open the Window, a.k.a. Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, a.k.a. The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue from 1974. Gosh, so this movie, it's gotten a little attention recently because Synapse released a great, gorgeous steelbook with just a beautiful remaster. And I think that might have even caught my attention because I really don't remember seeing this movie. I'm sure I have, but I just don't have any memories of it really as being something that stood out to me growing up, I guess. So when this steelbook was announced and just really caught my eye, I remember I borrowed the Blue Underground older Blu-ray from my brother. And I think I might have mentioned this on a recently seen or something on another episode we talked about, but I was just really into it. I was like, wow, that was a really cool movie. I was 100% on board with the tone, which is, it's weird because it's kind of dark, like a lot of people die, obviously, like there's some grim stuff going on. But like, there's also like a humor that kind of permeates throughout, like it's a little more subtle, I guess. And it just, I don't know, tonally, this was just my thing for sure. And I was really into it. And I had an idea it was going to be on my list, I should say, but I didn't know how high it was going to be on my list until I watched the Synapse release, the remaster. And I was like, I was blown away by how visually beautiful this movie is. Like it's so it takes place in like the English countryside, for the most part. And like I'm not a huge like HD snob or whatever. Like I'll probably never get a 4K player, even though I got a pretty nice TV and all that. I don't know. I just don't have it in me to kind of start over again with all my movies. But this looks great. This transfer looks great. And it really like kind of brought the movie up to a whole other level for me because I was so into the colors and maybe I'm like, part of me is like a little bit of an Anglophile, where if this was set in the US, it might have felt a little bit more in line with some of the Romero clones that you mentioned before. But it's not. Like, it has European sensibilities. It has like this beautiful setting and this cast and a director from even another background. I think he's Spanish, if I'm not mistaken, a Spaniard. So it's you just get like a different flavor to it. And it really works. It all comes together to make this kind of beautiful, unique zombie movie that you're not expecting. That it gives you like the kind of scary moments and hits those notes that you would expect from like, Night of the Living Dead, for example. Like there's a scene pretty early on where one of the Living Dead approaches a female character and she runs away, and it feels very much like something you would see in one of those movies. But it goes other places too, it's just, I don't know, it's great. And I love like the whole kind of explanation behind the outbreak. Like there's this machinery that's sending off these like vibrations. It's designed to cause insects to kind of go crazy and kill each other, and it's supposed to be to like help the crops or whatever, but it affects like it doesn't only affect insects, it affects like lower functioning organisms like babies even, and the recently deceased. So it kind of like, it's not over explained, which I always appreciate, but it's explained just enough to where like you can buy it and it works, and that's like kind of what's behind all this. And it also explains why they're not just back from the dead, but they're back from the dead and super violent, like extremely violent and aggressive. So yeah, I mean, again, like the countryside makes like just such a beautiful setting, makes it really unique. And like if this movie, like if it never even changed the tone from the opening minutes of where you're just kind of following a guy like driving through the country, like I think I still would have probably enjoyed it, on a different level, just because it's such a beautiful setting. But when you put that setting in this kind of a zombie story, a Living Dead story, it's just kind of like a perfect formula for me. So yeah, I don't know. I really loved it. There's a scene, I wrote this down early, when it shows the city kind of at the very beginning of the movie. There's a scene with people walking around with masks covering their faces, kind of like what we're doing now with the pandemic, which was kind of a head scratcher for me, because I don't know what was going on in England in 1974, unless they're like time travelers from 2020. But that stood out to me this time, and I felt like it was worth mentioning, because I don't know if I'm the only one whose mind went there, if I'm missing something, and that's just always been something people do. But yeah, definitely spotted a couple of those. And I mean, geez, other than that, I'll just say it does have kind of a downbeat ending in a way, but there's like there's a cop character in this movie that is just such an asshole, and like such a unlikable character. Just he's like the stereotypical guy who doesn't believe the heroes about what's going on. And there's a great payoff with that character at the end, that just, like, even if you feel like the rest of it might be a little downbeat towards the end, like, you're gonna be left with a smile, or at least I was, just kind of how things play out with him. So I don't know, I would say this is definitely one of the classics that somehow stayed off my radar until like this year, pretty much. And I've probably watched it, 3 or 4 times in the last several months, and I just really love it. I think it's one of my favorites now, and very deserving of the top spot for my list. So yeah, I can't recommend it enough. What do you think of this one, Meep?
Love it. I saw it one time long ago, and I don't remember much about it. Like, I didn't remember much about it until I rewatched it recently, and I just loved it.
Right. Yeah.
You really get caught up in it, and like the atmosphere and the story, and it's just really. I guess it gets kind of unfolds, so it's fairly simple, but it just really I wasn't even though I saw it before, it was like watching it new again. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, like where it was going. I know it's kind of a slow burn, but in the best possible way. Like, I was really on board for the journey, and Ray Lovelock, right? He's a hero of the story. Some tragic hero.
Yeah, gosh, I didn't even mention the cast. Yeah, no, he's great.
He's great, and I love his outfits. Just the general vibe, the Italian, Euro, whatever was going on with the look of the movie, British, but it was definitely a European feeling,
Absolutely.
and everything, the wardrobe choices, the style, And
the random naked lady running across the street at the beginning of the movie. Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it really did it for me. Like, really captured me from the beginning all the way through to the end. And I was in love with it. I mean, I really just think it's really good. And yeah, that cop character, like you mentioned, really just such an asshole. Like, really, God.
Yeah, he's just
But like they're portraying, you know, I love these movies in the 70s that portray this fear of, not fear, but this distrust of authority, because, you know, you shouldn't be distrusting authority. It's like, why should you just take it for granted, right? You know, there's these people who are deemed, who should rule over you, like, and make laws, like, yeah. You just gotta. You can't just blindly trust your leaders, you know.
Yeah, like this exactly. Like, this was not the kind of cop that you could be like, all right, maybe if we cooperate, he's gonna figure it out eventually. And so, like, no, like, this guy he already judged them just from seeing, these characters and profiling them as hippies or whatever. Right. I think he even uses some pretty like offensive terms towards one of them. Kind of, I don't know, whatever. But like, yeah, like there was no, exactly, like it's just a great example of that. Like his distrust of them, sure, like that's definitely on display. But it also was a great example of that kind of anti-authority message that you get in so many movies of the 70s, because the police just weren't your ally.
Nope.
Despite what's going on here, and the fact that eventually, you would think that the truth would have come out, but that these guys couldn't count on that because their lives were on the line, basically. So yeah, I don't know. It's great. It's a great example of that for sure.
Yeah, it's smartly done, smartly written, and well performed. And I just, the director really kind of captures you and takes you on this journey, and you're definitely in it. I mean, I can't. I was like expecting maybe to not be into it for some reason. Not to be into it as much. Because I do have like a little bit of a disconnect sometimes with Euro horror, but I think certain movies, like, they really really draw me in and capture me, and this one was that.
Yeah, and I'm not honestly, like, I'm not even that familiar with this director. It's George Grau or Jorge Grau. I'm not sure, but I couldn't tell you another movie off the top of my head that he directed, and he's got like a big filmography when you pull him up, but just from memory, and like this, but this felt like, this felt like something you would expect from like one of the heavy hitters, like as far as horror directors go. Like, there's a lot of talent behind the camera here, and it's visually, yeah, like everything I said about it, visually it's great, but tonally too, and everything else, it's just so well done. And usually, and we can get into this more when we talk about stuff like Dawn of the Dead or whatever, for example, but I do feel like makeup effects for zombies in older movies aren't necessarily like my preference. For the most part, like, I kind of like the stuff we got like post Day of the Dead and Return of the Living Dead, and when he started to get a little bit more effects heavy and rotting corpses and all that. But like in this movie, like just like the lens, I don't know, the contact lenses they put on their eyes or something, like they are creepy and effective, and like I'm like 100% on board with all of it, like all of the designs and the different corpses that kind of come about, and the weird rules behind it that don't necessarily make sense, like how one can like wake up other ones, and I don't know, whatever. I totally am into it, and because it's got those European sensibilities, it makes it easier to like overlook a lot of those kinds of things because you're just used to it when you watch enough of these kinds of movies. So yeah, I don't know. I'm glad to hear you love it too. I just feel like for whatever reason, like you, I feel like I've seen this before, but it probably just didn't register for whatever reason. And it's like it's like ripe for rediscovery, right? That's the saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a great example of that, where all it took was like the right release to just realize that this is a masterpiece to me. Another one. I don't want to throw that word around, but I love it that much. So yeah, this is one of the better ones for sure, if you're into these kinds of movies.
Great stuff. Thank you for choosing it. And my wife watched with me, and she was also really into it too. So
awesome.
That was a great. She watched a lot of these with me, and she was definitely She didn't see. She watched My Boyfriend's Back, and Children to Play with Dead Things. And my number one we watched together here is the trailer.
Dead of Night. The story of one night in a small town that changed the lives of many and ended the lives of some. As night fell, something evil descended upon the town. Something corrupt, unspeakable. Behind their drawn curtains, they waited as fear walked in the dead of night.
Hello, this is the police department. Please identify yourself. Hello. Hello.
Hey, soldier, where you headed? Come on, hop aboard.
What does it say, Daddy?
It's Andy.
Oh, God! Oh! He's home.
I didn't know Andy was home. Is that Andy?
Joanne doesn't even know he's home yet. She'll be so surprised.
But Andy wouldn't kill anybody.
I can tell.
The boy went away to fight a war. A man came back. But something came with him. Something unspeakable. Dead of Night, starring Academy Award winners John Marley and Lynn Carter. Due to the importance of the first 5 minutes of Dead of Night, audiences will not be seated after the beginning of the picture.
That's the trailer for Dead of Night, a.k.a. Death Dream, which I know it from the big Gorgon video box from the video store. I'll read it off. Imagine the horror of a family receiving the news that their son was killed in action while fighting in Vietnam. Now imagine what happens when the young man returns home. The result is initial joy, followed by a creeping terror as local women are ruthlessly murdered in the night, their bodies drained of all blood. Now imagine the ultimate horror, a father played by Academy Award winner John Marley, who realizes his only son is a murdering vampire. Can he bring himself to drive a stake through the heart of his only child? The answer to that question lies in one of the most shocking climaxes you will ever see. A well-crafted thriller with special makeup effects by Tom Savini. Creepshow Dawn of the Dead. Death Dream is the stuff that nightmares are made out of. It also says Death Dream, starring John Marley, Lynn Carlin, director Bob Clark, makeup effects Tom Savini. Says Tom Savini also on the front cover. And those actors as well. They really wanted to get across that this is a Tom Savini joint, even though he was the assistant makeup effects artist. He was assistant to actually Alan Ormsby, who we mentioned earlier, the star of Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, was the actual makeup effects artist on this movie. He did both. And his assistant was Tom Savini. Anyway, so Bob Clark, yep, this is a movie he did after Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. And so I did a little Bob Clark sandwich here. And you can see the definite improvement between Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things and Dead of Night, aka Death Dream. The budget is a lot bigger, of course. Now it's like $235,000. So more money to play with. Bigger sandbox. Also shot in Florida. More Florida horror. But you get accomplished actors, some Cassavetes actors, right? He gets a creepy Andy character played by Richard Backus, played really well by Richard Backus.
Yeah.
Anya Ormsby from Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things here as the sister. Jane Daly, she was also in... just basically the cast carried over from Children Shouldn't Play with Things. Jane Daly, Jeff Gillen show up here in this one, and it's got a really creepy score by Carl Zitcher. I think some of it was used in Black Christmas, but just the soundtrack alone, just the voices, just dissonant voices, it's really creepy. So well done, this movie from beginning to end. Obviously, this is a metaphor. This is a very political horror movie about a soldier coming home and being a zombie, of course, being killed in action. And I mean, it's so obvious what they're trying to say, of course, but I think it's also done so well at the same time. Sometimes you need to hammer a little bit, especially the time period.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And I feel like I wish more movies were as political in their beliefs as a movie like this one was at the time. Again, you send these parents are sending their kids, off to this war, and then of course a lot of them not coming home. And then what if one does come home and then starts killing? And a lot of the parallels of what actually the struggles people were going through at the time. A lot of these soldiers were coming home very different. Of course, they called it shell shock back then, but now if we know it more as PTSD, like just not being able to adjust, and also just the attitude of some of these of some of the people on with these soldiers returning. And what they had to go through, and of course, a lot of them had drug issues, and you could kind of see that here with how Andy is like kind of shooting up someone's blood. It's kind of they're making these parallels between the actual struggles of real Vietnam veterans and here a survivor or someone who didn't survive and coming home and then and of course decomposing, and where how the parents and family react. Certainly, they react in very interesting ways.
Yeah.
You can sense the dad was an asshole, of course, and the way he treats his children.
Yeah, for sure.
And the mom's clearly favorites her son, and will go
to the point where she straight up says she doesn't care about her daughter.
Pretty messed up. There's definitely there's definitely a portrait of a very dysfunctional family. If this wasn't a horror movie, this would be an ordinary people-esque portrait of a dysfunctional family.
Mm-hmm.
Which is probably why I love this movie so much, because it has all these heavy themes going on, and the way it juggles them so well, and it's compact 80-something minute horror movie. I just love that about it. It's so good. Bob Clark, with each movie, gets better and better, and his next movie after this one is Black Christmas. The classic we all know and love. But I feel like Death Dream deserves to be loved, put in that, put into that. For a long time, this movie wasn't given much love. It didn't do very well theatrically, and found life on home video. But it wasn't something that was always mentioned, or eventually it grew an audience and a cult audience, and eventually people put it out on DVD and Blu-ray. Blu-ray Underground really rescued this movie from obscurity, and I'm a huge fan. How about you?
Yeah, so to be honest, I remember being a little put off by this the first time I saw it. And I think it's because I don't naturally gravitate towards depressing movies, depressing horror, and this is pretty heavy. And like you said, it's really heavy-handed in its message too. It's anti-war message, and even those who come back, part of them died in the war anyways, right? They're not the same. So you've got a lot of different themes going on, and with the family and stuff, and so again, it's a movie that the first time I saw it, which this is probably another one that I should credit this is the good thing about having an older brother, I guess, right? You probably introduced me to this too, and I just remember not being too into it. I was, I thought it was really well made and stuff. I just didn't feel like the kind of movie that I would personally be into. Now over the years, that's just changed. I've just grown to appreciate it more and more, with every viewing. I think it's pretty brilliant, even though it's so downbeat. I always feel for the victims, even starting with the dog, with poor, I think it was Butch. I just, every person that is killed in this movie, it's not done in a fun slashery way. It's more along the lines of Dead and Buried, which I mentioned before, where it's kind of puts you makes you uncomfortable almost, and it's just, I don't know, it's done really well. And I really felt bad for his old girlfriend too. I think that was kind of a super downbeat moment too. Everything that happened there, just because she was so happy to see him and get to hang out with him and stuff, and to hear he was home. I mean, everyone was happy when they heard he was home, but I don't know, I thought that was really kind of messed up, what happened with her.
The drive-in scene? Oh my god.
Yeah.
So exactly. Messed up.
It's so messed up. And she, I don't know. And so, and of course you feel for his sister, who does nothing wrong. I mean, the whole movie, she's as sweet as can be, while the mom maybe is being delusional and ignoring a lot of things, and the dad is kind of paying for his own sins, I guess, in a lot of ways, and being, I don't know, you feel for him too, obviously. but like you said, you could kind of tell he's been an asshole, and I think he's still kind of an asshole. Like when the sister says something when she's trying to figure out what's going on, when he's upset, and the mom and dad are kind of fighting, and he's like, "Why don't you mind your own damn business?" or whatever, kind of shoves her out of the way or whatever. So you don't even feel as bad for him. But they're like a believable family. I mean, they're not, it's not when we're trying to say like they were dysfunctional or whatever, like it's not Rob Zombie's Halloween or something. Like they're very much three-dimensional characters that you feel for, and like it's done in a very 70s way, of course. So like, of course, all of the mom's dialogue, even before her son shows up at the door, is about him, and it's just to hammer that point home that that's all she's thinking about and all she talks about, and the dad and daughter just kind of look at each other and they're just so used to it. And I don't know, so it's just so well done, all of that. I love the family dynamics. I can ramble on about that and dust off my master's in psychology to try to start to analyze some of these characters and what happens and the motivations and me. I've had friends who came back from war after Iraq and Afghanistan. Some of my good friends from high school that had PTSD, and some of them ended up hospitalized. Some of them are completely fine now with families and whatever. And like there's some ramifications to this kind of stuff that they were barely scraping the surface on at the time this movie was made, which is so impressive. Like it's just so ahead of its time that way. Like you said, like this isn't, PTSD wasn't what it's known as now. And like, it's like, I really am impressed with the way it's handled here as a theme, I guess. So, even his reactions to comments around him are so good. Like when the mailman's just saying all these really insensitive things without realizing it. But I don't know. It's just awesome. It's a great movie. It can be analyzed in a lot of different ways, but it's a classic for sure. I can't praise it enough, right? I feel like I've said that a bunch of times, but some of these are just really great movies.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to say, so I mentioned this earlier with children shouldn't play with dead things. Sorry, it's getting late for both of us here.
Yeah.
I said I have like a strange relationship with Bob Clark. So this is kind of part of the problem. Is like I love this movie, right? I think it's great. There's a movie of his that you mentioned that everybody loves that I haven't seen for like over 10 years probably. So I feel as I'm scared to even say this because my own opinions probably changed. But I've never been big on Black Christmas. So to me, like this is his masterpiece, and that kind of puts me at odds with everybody else out there as like a genre fan, right? Because Black Christmas is like one of the holy grail, like Mount Rushmore horror movies, slashers at least, or proto slashers. So I don't know what it is. Like again, Black Christmas. I remember being really excited to watch it and expecting it to be the Christmas equivalent of Halloween or something like that. And as soon as the killer starts snorting and giggling and like kind of doing like the Tourette's thing with some of the stuff, which is fine. Like there's plenty of movies like that. Like I guess it wasn't what I wanted out of that kind of movie. And other than Margot Kidder and some other stuff, like there's just even like I feel like the final girl, who's a great actress, Olivia Hussey, like I just felt like she kind of came off as unlikable. Like I just have all these disappointing memories with that movie, which again I should rewatch it. And I want to say that before you kick me off the show.
Yes.
Anything bad about Black Christmas? I'm not trying to be controversial. I just, I didn't have a great experience with that. I haven't rewatched it forever. I've seen it a few times back in the day, but it's been, at least 10 years, maybe more. I don't know if I'm not mistaken, but Like, this is the movie that I feel like it should get the credit that gets. And they're completely different, don't get me wrong, but I really do feel like this is a horror movie. And like there's no like where's the comic relief in this? Like the stuttering guy at the diner maybe is supposed to be kind of funny, like some of those kinds of things, but like it's not like, it doesn't have those tonal shifts that you would see in the 70s. That wasn't always handled well. Like I'm a big fan of The Town That Dreaded Sundown, for example, and that had like those really weird random scenes with like the cops, the goofy cops, and stuff that just felt like completely forced and out of place maybe. And I love that movie. Like I'm just saying, for example, like these movies in the 70s especially seem to do that a lot. And Black Christmas, I feel like, had some pretty wacky humor in there, here and there. But this is just grim, like all the way through, and that's not usually my thing. But it's just done so well that, I really love it. I think it's a great movie. I was so happy you chose it at the top of your list, because if you didn't, I would have for sure.
Excellent.
So, yeah, sorry, really quick. I was gonna ask you this. I just noticed that I wrote it down. Have you ever seen a movie called Uncle Sam from 1996? It's not Death Dream, but it's written by Larry Cohen and directed by William Lustig.
Yep. Not only have I seen it, I've seen it at a screening with William Lustig and Larry Cohen there.
No way! Oh man, that is awesome.
Now, I have a history with Blue Underground. I, was the buyer at Kim's Video, and
right.
So we did promotions with Blue Underground actually to do like displays and to give out just marketing stuff for their titles, or as they were coming out on DVD. In the early 2000s and early to mid 2000s. So they would set up these screenings at a nearby theater and for these movies. And often they were like the Lustig movies, like Maniac. And
they seem to get a lot of those.
Yeah, sure. And Uncle Sam was on one of them. Or it was a double bill. I can't remember now. But yeah, Larry Cohen was there and Bill Lustig talking about... I think it was double featured with one of the Maniac movies, either Maniac or Maniac Cop movies. Like it might have been a Maniac Cop and Uncle Sam. I can't remember now completely. It's also,
that sounds like a good time.
It's also pretty late, and so it was kind of like awkward when it came around to doing the Q&A for Uncle Sam, because like what's to say? It's Uncle Sam, It's like you know what I mean. But they had a lot to say. It was like
Of course.
Like, at this point, I think a lot of people had left the theater. So it was just a few of us, still there. So clearly Uncle Sam is not, filling the seats, you know what I mean?
No one was there for Uncle Sam, I'm sure. But
I found it kind of funny. It's a funny movie because it's so...
it plays it straight. It's not, outwardly comedic, but it's hilarious because he's dressed up like Uncle Sam and he's like a zombie, and his name is Sam and he's like the kid's uncle. Like they literally made him Uncle Sam. So I don't know. It's not like one of the best movies from Larry Cohen or William Lustig, but for some whatever random reason, and who knows how my brain works, I started thinking about Uncle Sam while I was watching Death Dream.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
So and they're both Blue Underground. I didn't even make that connection because the Death Dream has a great Blue Underground release, and maybe that'll get a remaster too, since they're kind of going back through their catalog. Unless someone else has it now, but so I don't know. I had to ask you that, but consider that another honorable mention, like a bonus honorable mention. But yeah, Death Dream, great movie, awesome choice for your number one, buddy.
Yeah, it was really fun talking about all these Living Dead movies with you. We'll talk very soon about Romero's Living Dead well, it's no longer a trilogy, right? Once a trilogy, now it's, 6 movies? We got 6 movies, right? Or
5.
6.
6. There's Land and what's Diary? Are the
Diary and also Survival of the Dead.
What? How did I not think of that one? I don't even know if I even knew that existed. Okay.
So we have 6, and then we'll talk about the remake, which wasn't mentioned today, strangely. But I have lots to say about that one. And, all right, so we'll look forward to that. We'll do that for Patreon. So if you guys are not Patreon supporters, consider it. Only $1 a month. And we'll deliver that episode to you, and all access to all the other ones. You could also find the show on YouTube. You could also find us on Facebook, Retro Movie Love, Cinema to Meep. I have the other podcast, the Last American Video Store podcast. It's very late, and I'm losing it. And
it's so late that I think we can start saying it's very early.
Yeah, I can start saying it's very early. I'm clearly become a zombie by the end of this. Which is very fitting, of course. I will come back for revenge. Someone's going to resurrect me. Someone's going to make some mistake and summon me up. And I will... Yeah. You don't want that. I like the variety we got here today. It was been fun talking about so many different kinds of shades of zombies, shades of living dead movies, and more to come. So thank you so much, guys, and thank you, Ara, for joining me in this adventure.
My pleasure.
And where can people find you?
I guess the only kind of fun genre thing I have going on, which might be boring for some people, is I created an Instagram account just to start kind of sharing stuff from my collection, and because I didn't really have an outlet for that before, and it turns out there's like a lot of people out there that do the same thing, so that's been kind of fun for me to discover. And you can find me at ara.j.mcready. McCready, however you want to say that. It's late, like we said. So I'm on there on Instagram. You can find me.
Very cool. Yeah, I do follow your posts, and I love seeing your collection. It's really cool. It has a great collection, guys. Check it out. And, all right, we'll talk soon, guys. Hopefully you have a very happy Halloween and unpleasant dreams. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Ciao for now.
Beware of the night-time people who's walking where cold black bodies with blood red eyes, dead souls everywhere. Something strange is in the air. It's gonna be wild tonight. Flash to flash and bite to bite. It's gonna be wild tonight. I can feel it coming. It's gonna be wild tonight. Moving forward in slow motion, dancing like a part-time thriller. No class, bad manners, acting like a stone Godzilla. But baby, full-time killers, it's gonna be wild tonight. Flash to flash and bite to bite. It's gonna be wild tonight. I can feel it coming. It's gonna be wild tonight. Tonight, 'cause some graveyard faces, all dressed to kill. They got no mercy, no limitations in finding a perfect thrill. It looks like they probably will. It's gonna be wild tonight. Flash to flash and bite to bite. It's gonna be wild tonight. I can feel it coming. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild tonight. Flash to flash and bite to bite. It's gonna be wild tonight. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's gonna be wild tonight. Flash to flash and bite to bite. Flash to flash and bite to bite. Flash to flash and bite to bite. Flash to flash and bite to bite.
Johnny!
Missy!
Daddy was right. You were gonna eat me, weren't you?
Don't be ridiculous. I would never eat you.
And why not? What, I'm not good enough for you? Johnny, I think you should try. Come on. Take a little bite.
Don't you understand? I love you.
And I love you, Johnny. That's why I want you to eat me. Don't you want to eat me?
Well,